Yo! How's it going, everyone? I'm just trying to fix some things last minute here, but I think we're good. Just give me 1 second. Oh boy, okay, I can see my chat. We're good. What's up, everyone? It's good to be back for another day of Metal Gear. Another 12 hours. How's it going? Shizzle, Termina, Shinlane, Smartass Pawn. What's up? Okay, I think we're good. Let me switch over here. Greg's, how's it going? Lottie. Okay, I was wondering where we would be here in MGS2. We're just after the Harrier. Bad Humans, hello. Leave Raguchi alone, Bad Humans. Is Raguchi even here? Reformance, good to see you. Okay, I feel like there's something weird going on with my audio, with my headphones. Arya, what's up? Hold on, we got a phone call here. Use the coolant spray to put out fire. All right, let's do it. Man, it always feels weird taking over the stream like this. Takes a little bit of time to get into the groove. Just taking over in the middle of the game here. What do we have down here? Oh.
Raiden, are you all right? Answer me. Raiden!
They don't even give you a reason to go down those stairs on extreme. On lower difficulties, you have a ration. You know, and if you're fast enough, you can quickly run down and back up before it falls. Raguchi, he is here. How's it going, Gooch? You better be careful. The big bully is in the chat. Bad Humans, you might want to be stealthy. Oh, you didn't talk about the game over stats? That's okay, I'll do that. So we have a couple of ways here of crossing the bridge. We can either flip across, which is the dangerous way, or we can drop down here and move along the pipe. Oh, DRK leveled up the grip gauge. Just for the hell of it. Now, nice and steady, nice and steady. Gotta be careful of the bird shit.
Raiden, come in.
Oh, shit!
Raiden!
So, what DRK was just alluding to was this mission failed screen. When I was playing the tanker, you heard me talk about, you know, the classic game over screen that you get. The traditional MGS1 game over aesthetic. The classic theme. But here, we get this strange thing. It doesn't say game over, it says mission failed. And we get all these strange bits of code and stuff underneath continue and exit. If you pay attention to what it actually says underneath continue and exit, you might be able to make sense of some of it. Arm strength is the first one, which is arm strength, which is your grip gauge. Underneath that, you have prudence. Prudence. That's your save count, your total save count, 52. Underneath that, you have ammus ed. Ammo used. The amount of ammo that you've used. Underneath that, alert number. 40 alerts in total. This is another way of checking your stats here. Newt, 48 kills. Damage amount, I think that's the total damage that you've received or dealt. I can't remember which one. Camera position, probably the amount that you've received. Camera position X, camera position Y, camera position Z, area move. I used to think that area move was the amount of times that you've moved between areas. Like the amount of times that you've loaded a new area. But I don't think that is correct. Did we determine what that actually was? I remember looking at it like in the early game and it just being way too high for the amount of rooms that I moved through. Or maybe it was including NG Plus or something in previous runs. Underneath that, you have Vanished Point. That shows you the code of the area that you're currently in. W25B is this area. And in certain struts, you can even see this code imprinted in the in-game environment. Usually I like to show that on one of the bridges earlier in the game. I know we'll definitely see it later in Arsenal gear. But yeah. And then I always forget what the ones on the top right mean. Yakuratas, Onikamoto, which I think is I think that one at the bottom is like an anagram for Konami Tokyo. And the one on the bottom right, that's like that's supposed to be a signature, I think, alluding to the designer of this screen. I always forget his name. Juntaro Saito or something like that. Bad Humans will correct me there if he's functioning properly. But yeah, so what we have here is essentially like this screen is supposed to be a part of GW or a part of the Patriots AI system. This is analyzing Raiden's performance. And this is also why you get that fish and mailed thing later on in Arsenal gear. You know, after they upload the virus into GW starts acting out. That's why the kernel starts going crazy. And it's also why this screen starts going crazy. Because this is also another part of the AI. So it starts bugging out. It is Juntaro Saito, isn't it? Something like that. If I didn't get his name correct, I think I almost got it correct. But yeah, pretty cool little thing what they do here with this screen. Also, it's supposed to tie in with the whole simulation concept with the way it says mission failed. There was a game that released in between MGS1 and MGS2, MGS VR missions, which you could maybe even look at as a kind of expansion on MGS1. Whenever you fail a VR mission, it doesn't say game over. It says mission failed. And obviously we're told about Raiden's previous experience and how he's only been trained in VR and how like half of his character is supposed to be sort of stand-in for the player, representing the role play of the player. So this kind of makes you, it's there to make you question, you know, what we're seeing. Is it real? Is it VR? Kind of blurring the lines between reality and simulation. Yeah, and on the tanker, you get the classic game over. MGS1, you get the classic game over. But on the plant and in VR missions, you get mission failed, as if it's all one VR mission. DRK probably didn't talk about the Rose dialogue either, did he? Pay attention to the mission failed dialogue here. We might not get it. You know, sometimes you don't get Rose here on the mission failed screen. But if we do get Rose, pay attention to her dialogue, and particularly her last gasp. You know how Rose always has this kind of last gasp when she's calling out Jack's name? Let's see if we get it here. The gasps were talked about.
Jack,
okay.
what's going on? Answer me! Jack! Jack!
Yeah. I figured if, I thought if DRK forgot about the mission failed stuff here, that he would have forgot about the gasp as well, but he already went through that. Hey, but yeah, if you weren't here earlier when DRK was talking about it, that gasp is actually Rose getting killed. Because they're all hooked up to the same network, to the same system. And if the Patriot system recognizes that Raiden's life signs have been cut off, Rose too will be killed. It's something they bring up in one of the final AI calls. She's wired the same way. Rose, does she even exist? You know, when they're saying like the life of Rose, your child, Olga's child, all of this depends on your success. And it turns out that that is meant quite literally, you know, if the system recognizes that Raiden is dead, they too will be killed. I always forget the chunk of dialogue exactly, but you know, it's in that final AI call. Rose, she's wired the same way. And they're talking about how her life depends on our success. Yeah, it's in the final AI call. I just forget exactly how it's spoken. Got an AK suppressor here. And this is the point of no return. We can't put out that fire. We can't go back from here. Hold on one second, guys. Really awkward little sequence here. Okay, I found the dialogue. I just looked up the script real quick. Olga says, "If you die, my child dies." Oh, actually, that's the Patriots version of Olga when they start mimicking her. Yeah, if you die, my child dies. The Colonel says, the termination of vital signs, the termination of vital signals from your nanomachines means the death of Olga's child, not to mention the death of Rose. She's wired the same way. Rose, does she actually exist? Of course I do, Jack. You have to believe me. The infamous line. So yeah, what you're hearing in that mission failed screen is just that. Pretty disturbing little detail. I think there are a couple of variations on that Rose dialogue as well. You know, that you don't always get the same mission fail dialogue from Rose, but you always get that last gasp. So it kind of stands out. Let's switch over to the BDU. You can use the BDU as camo, even outside of the Shell 1 core, even though we can't pass as the enemy anymore.
This is not a pretty sight.
Hurry up and check the situation.
Actually, we'll just snipe them here. That was originally an idea that there would be sharks in the Shell 2 core, yeah. It was going to tie in with the Chinaman boss. We were going to fight the Chinaman originally, where we fight Vamp. He was also going to be the character that was flying the Harrier. Run past the first guy. Knock. Run past the second guy.
Was there a noise just now? Was there a noise just now?
Yes. Yes, there was. Yeah.
Was there a noise just now?
Yeah, the Chinaman was not going to be Chinese. He was going to be Vietnamese. He just lived in Chinatown.
Ot, I'm going to go in my pants.
Oh, Ot!
But he's looking right.
The enemy has already entered the nuclear launch code. Secure the president before they can confirm and finalize the code input. The president is on the first floor of Shell 2's core.
Has anyone ever told you you have some issues?
Look at the detail. Look at the reflections. Look at how it glistens.
Right, my sympathies. Sneaking missions are called wet works for a reason after all.
Don't worry about it, Jack. It's okay.
Rose?
That is, as long as you take a shower the second you get back. Do we have a deal?
How self-centered.
Only thinking of yourself. I feel like that's one that I don't hear that often. How self-centered. Some of the reactions you'll only get for very specific calls. They're very context sensitive, these calls. Best detail here is the controller vibration. Ugh. It's a pretty heavy vibration you get.
Oh? Did you hear something?
Is he talking to his dick?
Oh? Did you hear something?
No chaff, huh? Nice. More chaff. Wonder if we can get a call here if we try and go through into this strut. Probably not.
Raiden, there should be a way to cross over from your present location on the KL connecting bridge to the core of Shell 2. Get to the core of Shell 2. Rescue the President before the enemy can use him to reconfirm the nuclear launch code.
Colonel, the radar's not working.
With Shell 2 in this shape, I wouldn't count on the radar coming back online for a while.
It'll be all right. Hang in there, Jack.
With the radar offline, you'll have to rely on first-person view to check for enemy presence. Proceed with extreme caution.
Colonel, Pliskin was Snake after all.
According to him.
What?
Listen, Raiden, I'll say it again. He is not in the simulation.
There you go about the simulation again.
Don't put your faith in him. Don't trust him. Do you understand?
Always on about the simulation. Don Corvo, Vinestone, how's it going? All right, let's head into the core.
Olga, Snake, he's here. In Shell 1.
My father had some unfinished business with him.
Olga, calm yourself. We will not change the plan because of your personal feelings.
Then screw your plan. I've been waiting for this day for 2 years, and I will send him to the bottom of the ocean, right next to my old man.
The launch comes first.
Damn it. Where's Ocelot?
Not here.
I don't trust him.
Don't talk that way about one of your own.
He's not one of my own. He left my father to die, remember?
Olga, we'll talk later. We need to get started on the final checks for the unit.
All right. I'm headed back there.
The upper connecting bridge to Shell 1 is down.
What about the chopper?
The cam-off is out of action. Take the oil fence from strut L.
I'll tell my men to start pulling out.
Not yet. Their retrieval comes last. The intruder's still at large.
Snake.
What about the other man?
He's got luck on his side, certainly.
He survived that explosion. Listen, Olga, the code confirmation is in 1 hour. Keep the President alive until then.
I know. No one gets in here. Turn the currents on.
Of course. High voltage currents on.
The door stays shut unless the President manages to take out that circuit panel from inside the room. And it's no job for bare hands.
All right. Come back immediately.
One more thing.
What?
We leave for Russia when this business is done. I want half the money for that.
Of course. That was part of the agreement.
We start living for ourselves after this. If there's anyone who wants to stay here, I want you to take good care of them.
Gladly. Gerlukovich soldiers are the cream of the crop.
It's time they went free.
What happened to rebuilding Mother Russia?
The old man is dead. The world is a different place now.
It's your life.
Just as a reminder, I'm going to say this again, one last time. Don't try anything on us.
The feeling is mutual.
I'm in front of the room where they're keeping the president.
Everything all right?
No sign of flooding, but I can't get close to the door. The floor is electrified.
Don't test it. You'll be bacon.
Any suggestions?
Remember the Shadow Moses VR training?
Take out the circuit panel?
Right.
But there's no way into the room.
Try ventilation ducts.
Yeah, I think I see one.
Look for a remote control missile launcher. You can guide it through the duct into the room.
Then target the circuit panel. Got it.
Right, but make sure you don't hit the president.
The president is wired with nanomachines. If we know the frequency, I can raise him.
We've tried that repeatedly, but there's no response. It looks like the walls have a built-in radio shield.
So that's why Ames lost contact with him.
If you need to confirm his position, you can log into the node.
Understood.
Locate a remote control missile launcher first.
All right, let's do it. But first, you want to make some bacon? I think we should make some bacon. Let's test it. Or maybe, just maybe one of these days, we'll be able to use a box to get across. Sobi1 with the 51 and the 39 in a row. Thank you. The close-ups are so good when you just get a glimpse of his face inside the box. Completely destroys the box as well. Frieden.
Raiden, are you all right? Answer me. Raiden!
Let's call Snake a few times. We get some new calls now that he's revealed who he really is.
Snake, do you know where I can find some remote-controlled missiles?
Remote-controlled missiles. I saw something on B1 in the core of Shell 2. But be careful. Contaminated seawater's broken out of the tanks thanks to that explosion. Most of B1 is probably flooded by now.
So Iroquois Pliskin was an alias.
Of course.
And the rank of Lieutenant Junior grade?
Made it up.
That's just great. Anyway, I get the Pliskin part, but what about Iroquois?
Iroquois is a Frankified version of the Algonquin word for rattlesnakes. It's what they called their enemies.
Algonquin?
The Algonquin Nation, one of the many groups of Native Americans who used to call Manhattan Island their home. The majority of tribes in what's now the state of New York were a part of the Algonquin Nation.
So this was a stronghold of snakes.
By the way, Manhattan means Island of Hills in Algonquin.
Okay, good to know. I guess Raiden has seen Escape from New York.
Raiden, the node for that area is inside a small room to the northwest. You'd better log in.
I get the Pliskin part.
You have the pentazamine equipped, huh? To steady your hands when aiming with a sniper rifle, select pentazamine in the menu display and press the confirmation button. Pentazamine is a benzodiazepine antidepressant used in the treatment of disorders such as depression and autonomic imbalance. In addition to its calming effect, it also relaxes muscular tension and combats convulsions. The result is a steady set of hands. One more thing, pentazamine does not prevent seasickness.
Seasickness? What are you talking about?
I mean, sometimes faith can overcome medical science.
What?
Never mind.
There we have it. A neat little callback to the tanker. When Otacon told Snake that lie about the pentazamine, making him believe it could cure seasickness when in fact it was just a placebo. Again, very much tying in with Snake's dialogue at the end of the game. There's no such thing as objective reality. It's all about how much faith you're willing to have in the stories you choose to believe. Anything else here, Snake?
Jump down right onto the enemy's head from hanging to knock him out.
That's
Look
wrong.
down in first-person view to aim well.
Guess DRK did some of these earlier.
Think about what the ideal spot...
All right, let's go get this Nikita. Get the M4 here. If you don't pick it up earlier and strut F. Guess we'll log in just for the hell of it. Let's go back to previous. Yeah, I kind of like to imagine Raiden as a bit of a movie buff. The whole Godzilla and King Kong thing. When he confesses to his, you know, when he talks about his childhood and the reality of his history, he also talks about how, you know, they were forced to watch all this. They were forced to undergo all of this image training, watching movies about macho guys with big guns. Well, there's also that as well. Watching Rambo and Predator every day.
Colonel, B1 is completely flooded from what I can see.
You'll have to swim through.
I'm fine with swimming.
Stroke the water and move forward by pushing the punch button. Push it in rapid
Well, he's gonna
succession
tell
to
us
swim
anyway.
Faster. Change your heading with the left stick. Up will take you up, down takes
Yeah.
you lower. Left
Yeah.
and right to face those
Yeah.
directions.
Yeah.
The O2 gauge will appear under your life gauge while you're underwater. The gauge corresponds to the amount of air you can hold from a single deep breath. Once the O2 gauge falls to zero, the life gauge will start to drop. You need to be aware of that.
Not sure how I feel about that.
Okay, I'll try. I'm playing on PS3. Get some night vision goggles here.
Everything in that turd's
The night
path
vision
turned
goggles are
into
kind of
shit.
fucked here on these new versions of the game. Because this is much brighter than it was initially. Oh my god. Play the game on PS2. This section is much darker when you're underwater.
You have the remote-controlled missile. Good job. Now head for the first floor of the Shell 2 core. Take out the power source and make contact with the President before the launch code can be reconfirmed. Hurry.
You can also see the Vulcan Raven figure here. There he is. The walking. Yeah, I always forget about that. You get these really nice crunchy sound effects. Another cool thing you can do with the right analog stick, if you tilt the right analog stick back, he does this cool little quick turn, which is also kind of crunchy. That's actually useful. Ba-da-da-ba-doo. So over here we have the Prez. He's sleeping right beside the switchboard. So we're gonna want to wake him up if we want to destroy that thing. Another thing we can do here, if we knock.
What was that?
In this specific spot, he'll come over. Hey, Corey.
What was that?
What the hell happened? Right. Raiden!
That's another little thing you can do while he has his head up against the wall. You better do. You can also listen in on him here. You don't really get anything too interesting, but occasionally he will mutter to himself. Can take a while as well if you want to hear everything.
That bastard.
Who's he talking about? Solidus? Come on, man. I know he is at least one more little line. Well... Tch. Maybe that's it. Maybe he just says that bastard and a couple of other little mutters. Groans. Thought he had at least one more thing.
What the hell am I doing here?
There we go. I told you it wasn't all that exciting. I just wanted to show it anyway. I thought maybe there was something I had still... Maybe there's something that I haven't heard here. Well...
Damn it.
Okay. I'm gonna keep going until we get repeated dialogue. Usually I don't do it for this long. Oh, God. Okay, I'll wait around for one more line and that's it. Oh, right, fuck it, I'm done. Hey, Vilducks. So, the environment here is kind of interesting. The way these ducts are set up. NM02. NM01. What could that stand for, I wonder? Nikita Missile? Kind of seems like an unnatural environment here. Very much like a VR mission. This is designed specifically for Nikita missiles? That's a bit curious, isn't it? It's strange.
Raiden, that duct leads into the room where the president is being held. Guide the remote-controlled missile through that duct into the room and take out that power source.
I feel like I know this terrain. Wasn't it in the VR training?
Nikita weapon mode, level 4. Do you recognize it?
Oh, so that was another rehearsal for this mission.
No, a simulation. Not the same thing as a rehearsal. Leverage the experience from your VR training, Raiden. A perfectly real VR experience is in itself an accomplished result. Have confidence in your abilities.
A perfectly real VR experience is in itself an accomplished result. Okay. All right. I understand. Even the layout of the ducts here changes depending on difficulty.
What is
Whoa.
it?
Stop it!
Stop it!
What is it?
I was gonna kill him there.
What is it?
Let me just make sure I'm up to date with all the calls with Snake.
The coolant spray can be a weapon as well. Spray it into an enemy's face and you won't be able to see for a while. Necessity is the mother of invention. Keep improvising if you want to stay alive. After you take someone... After you hold an enemy...
Okay, I guess DRK did the box one.
Punching is a basic move in hand.
Not a chance.
Jack, do you need to save? See ya.
President Johnson,
So you're finally here.
you've been expecting me?
Your equipment, that skull suit isn't exactly standard military issue.
Are you all right, sir?
Is this some kind of sick joke? I thought you came to kill me.
What?
I'm prepared to face the consequences of my betrayal.
What are you... What the...
You're a man? Well, who are you?
Foxhound, sir.
Foxhound? I see. Now things are starting to make a little sense. Switch over to nano communication so nobody can listen in.
Yes, sir. Do you read me, sir?
Yes.
Mr. President, it's my understanding that the terrorists have managed to input the code sequence necessary for launching a nuclear strike.
That's correct. I punched the sequence in myself.
You're working for them?
If you asked me 2 hours ago, my answer would have been yes. Right now, They're keeping me alive until my vital signs are reconfirmed.
They betrayed you?
I wouldn't quite put it that way. I wanted power. They sought destruction.
But why stoop to terrorism?
I wanted absolute power.
But you're the president. You have power.
No, I'm just a figurehead.
What?
I don't have any control. The real power is in the Patriots' hands.
The Patriots?
The truth behind this country. I'm not surprised you've never heard of them. Very few are aware of their existence, even among those with code word clearance.
Huh?
Politics, the military, the economy, they control it all. They even choose who becomes president. Putting it simply, the Patriots rule this country.
No.
Hard to believe, isn't it? But it's the truth. The space defense, income tax reduction, and national missile defense programs. Every policy that's been credited to me was actually done according to their instructions.
Space defense was initiated by Congress.
That's what the Patriots want the country to believe. It's all a show. Democracy is just a filler for textbooks. Think about it. Do you actually believe that public opinion influences the government?
No.
This country is shaped and controlled as the Patriots see fit. The people are shown what they want to believe. What you call government is actually a well-staged production aimed at satisfying the public.
Huh?
Don't look at me like that. I'm legally sane, you know.
It's not your sanity that worries me.
The Patriots. Even I don't know who the actual members are. Are they financial, political, or military leaders? No one knows who the Patriots really are. Even my instructions come from a cutout. All I've been told is that every key decision is made by a group of 12 men, known as the Wise Men's Committee.
Your office? The White House?
Merely puppets, pawns in a game. By pledging my loyalty, an insignificant son of a senator was awarded the presidency. Of course, that wasn't the only price I had to pay.
What do you mean?
Even if a pawn becomes a queen, it is still just a playing piece. I wanted to leave my own mark in history, but my ambitions were... You'll understand someday. I wished to be a member of the Patriots. I wanted to wield the power of a king instead of being an expendable pawn.
And that justifies acts of
That would
terrorism?
explain
Yes.
everything.
I intended to use the new Metal Gear as a bargaining chip.
Bargaining chip?
But I underestimated Solidus. He actually wants to challenge the Patriots, even if it means the destruction of the world.
What are you saying?
Whether you believe it or not, the balance of power rests in the hands of the Patriots. They regulate the country's various interests through controlled presentation, staging a drama that is palatable to the general masses. Can you imagine what would happen if they ceased to function? Picture a massive political vacuum, a space that every powermonger will try to fill for their own greedy ends. I'm talking about an unregulated power struggle, panic, civil war, chaos. Like it or not, the Patriots is an organization that must continue to exist.
So you changed your mind because you wanted to avoid global chaos.
Exactly. When I told Solidus that I wished to prevent disaster, he replied that pawns can never become players.
And who is this Solidus?
My predecessor, George Sears. That was the name the public came to know him by. I knew him by his code name, Solidus Snake. He was the third Snake, preceded by Solid and Liquid, a survivor of the Les Enfants Terribles project. Neither solid nor liquid, he was a well-balanced masterpiece that the Patriots saw fit to entrust with the presidency. However, he fell out of grace with the organization 4 years ago. When acting on his own, he started an incident.
4 years ago. Shadow Moses.
That's right. At the time, the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, together with certain influential parties, initiated the development of Metal Gear Rex and an advanced nuclear warhead. However, this did not fall in line with the Patriots' plans. What's more, Solidus decided on his own to send his most trusted man, Ocelot, to provoke Liquid Snake, bringing about the said incident. As a result, he succeeded in obtaining Rex and the data on the warhead. But in doing so, he ended up revealing the existence of both Rex and the Genome Army, a blunder that earned him the wrath of the Patriots. Shortly thereafter, Solidus was removed from the presidential office.
I thought he resigned.
That's the story given to the general public. Following his resignation, the Patriots selected me, their new pawn for the presidency.
But that would mean that the presidential race was...
That was quite a show, wasn't it? It was a well-scripted drama staged by the Patriots for the benefit of the public. Even the Democrats and Republicans were dancing to the Patriots' tune. Everything went according to plan, but for one exception. Following his resignation, Solidus' health was scheduled to fail him, bringing about his untimely death.
Capped?
Correct. But before the Patriots could execute their plot, Solidus went underground with the help of Ocelot. As he avoided pursuit, Solidus gained control of Dead Cell, winning over Colonel Golukovich's outfit. From there, he bided his time, knowing that his opportunity would soon arrive.
What opportunity?
The completion of the new Metal Gear project, an opportunity that would even his odds against the Patriots. By stealing the Patriots' most valued project, he would be able to place them in a very uncomfortable position. It's the only chance he has for survival. Once he has the new Metal Gear, he'll declare war against the Patriots. Needless to say, he must be stopped.
Metal Gear is already operational.
No, not yet. What you saw was Metal Gear Ray, hijacked 2 years ago from the Marines by Ocelot. That was not the new Metal Gear.
Then where's the new Metal Gear?
Right here.
What?
You're standing in it. To be more precise, this entire Big Shell facility is the new Metal Gear.
What'd you say?
No, I'm quite serious. The upper structure that you've seen is camouflage, designed to represent an offshore cleanup facility. The main structure extends from the foundation all the way down to the ocean floor. The connecting elevator is located on the B2 floor of the Shell 1 core. Arsenal Gear. That's the code name for the new Metal Gear.
Arsenal?
That's right. Arsenal. We're talking about an impregnable fortress carrying a load of over a couple of thousand missiles, including nuclear warheads, all protected by a horde of mass-produced Metal Gear Ray units.
Mass-produced?
The Ray unit was originally designed for the Marines to be used as a countermeasure against the Metal Gear variations throughout the world. The Patriots had Ray redesigned to protect the new Arsenal Gear.
So now anti-Metal Gears are guarding a Metal Gear.
Ironic, isn't it? That's not all. Arsenal Gear has full access to the military's tactical network, giving it the ability to exercise absolute control over our nation's armed forces, not to mention our nuclear armament. In short, Arsenal was created to be the core of our country.
What kind of idiotic weapon?
Weapon? No. You're not seeing the full picture. Arsenal Gear is more than just a military tool. It is a means to preserve the world as it is. It will establish a new form of control. The Patriots will use it to keep their place as the country's true rulers. Right now, they feel pressured and threatened.
By what?
They fear an overabundance of digital information. The world will drown in the coming flood of information, and they along with it. The Arsenal plans include a system to digitally manage the flow of information, making it possible to shape the truth for their own purposes. In short, the Arsenal system is the key to their supremacy.
The key?
Yes. The GW system is the Patriots' trump card. Arsenal Gear will be fully operational when GW is successfully integrated. Once operational, it will be a completely new form of power for the Patriots to wield. I had hoped to seize the project from them, so that I would be in a strong bargaining position.
Bargain for what?
I'd hoped to trade my way into their ranks, but Solidus preferred rebellion. Outer Heaven, his plan to unleash a nuclear blast over the skies of Wall Street to break the Patriots' control over the business community, is also a key factor in his offensive effort.
Outer Heaven?
Listen, there isn't much time. The football served as the key for activating Arsenal gear. I've already input the necessary code sequence. It won't be long before GW begins to establish connections with other external systems, and Arsenal gear becomes fully operational. Stop them before that happens. That is your role.
Role?
You've got to find Emma Emmerich. She's the only one who can stop that thing once it's been activated.
Emma Emmerich?
She's the system programmer for Arsenal gear. I believe she's somewhere on level B1 in the core of this building.
I thought the levels below us were flooded.
I'm sure they won't let her die just yet, as she's the only remaining programmer for this project. According to Ocelot, she was being held in a locker room located in the northwest part of level B1. Cut transmission and get moving. This is card 4. It'll give you access all the way to Emma's location. Give this to her when you find her.
What is it?
A program for disrupting the control functions between GW and Arsenal gear. Take Emma to the computer room on level B2, Shell 1 core. She'll know how to load the program into the main system.
A virus?
That's right, modeled after Foxdie, a biological weapon designed to selectively eliminate personnel with a specific genetic code.
But why do you have it?
The Patriots had it engineered as a failsafe, and Ocelot forgot to search me. You've got to hurry. That disk is the only way you're going to stop Arsenal. Well, I've told you everything you need to know. There's only one thing that remains to be done. Now, kill me.
What the?
There's no time to argue. The final check for my vital ID will start any second. If you kill me now, you'll at least prevent the nuclear strike.
Cut it out!
Do it! That's her role! Pull! No! Good!
That's abusing your right to free speech, Mr. President. Or is it ex-president?
The president! Why did you...
Alas, my finger must have slipped. I'll see you around, carrier boy.
Forget him. He did us a favor. Without free will, there is no difference between submission and rebellion. My only real choice is to put an end to this charade. Let me at least have the freedom to end it myself.
What are you...
Find Emma. Stop Arsenal. This is my last order as your commander-in-chief. I'm counting on you.
Colonel, the president is dead.
I see. I'm sorry to hear that.
Where do we go from here?
Your mission was to rescue the president and eliminate the terrorist threat. However, given the recent turn of events, we will honor the president's last directive. You must put a stop to Arsenal gear once and for all.
Do you actually think there's any truth to his story about this big shell facility being a front for Arsenal gear?
I don't have the security clearance necessary to verify the facts. However, he was the president. I'm sure he knew what he was talking about.
Aren't you forgetting that he was part of the terrorist plot?
All the more reason why I believe his information is reliable.
Huh?
We're talking about a man who chose to die rather than risk a nuclear holocaust. Thanks to his sacrifice, the Nuclear Launch Authority has shifted to the vice president, effectively eliminating the terrorist threat.
Colonel, when you put it like that, it almost sounds like I should have assassinated the president to eliminate the threat.
That was not my intention. I was trying to point out that there is certainly some credibility to the words of a man who chose death to protect the innocent.
The Colonel has a point, Jack.
What about the information he gave me on the Patriots?
That's a new one on me. I'll see what I can find out. Raiden, we're running out of time. Find Emma. She's supposed to be located on level B1, in the core of that building you're in, right? You've got to find her before Arsenal becomes fully operational.
Hurry, Jack.
It's up to you to make sure that the President didn't sacrifice his life in vain.
Understood. Raiden out.
What's your status, Raiden?
Snake, the President, he's been assassinated.
What?
There was nothing I could do.
What about the nuclear strike code sequence?
He died before his vital ID could be reconfirmed.
Then the enemy's lost their nuclear strike capability.
But that Ocelot guy obviously killed the President on purpose.
Why?
It doesn't make any sense. They had to know that they couldn't launch the nuke if they killed the President.
Maybe there's a way to launch without reconfirming the vital ID.
Or maybe they found a more effective weapon within Arsenal gear.
You knew about Arsenal gear?
Yeah.
Why didn't you tell me about it?
You never asked.
Am I correct in assuming you also know that the Big Shell's a front for the project?
You mean, did I know that the Big Shell, a fully functional environmental cleanup facility, was designed to camouflage Arsenal gear? Yeah, I did. It's exactly what the President and Ames described, a massive cover story. The good news is that it hasn't really done much in terms of cleaning up the environment, so we won't have to worry about any toxic gas being released if we have to blow the house down.
Right. And when did you find out about all of this?
It took a while, but we uncovered the info around the time you took out that mad bomber. There's no doubt that Arsenal gear is being built here. And it was all set up 2 years ago, on that day. All of it.
2 years ago? What really happened here?
I took these photos 2 years ago.
I know these pictures. They were on the news, on several websites. If I remember right, the reporters blamed you for sinking the tanker.
That's right. Otacon, me, we were used.
We'd hoped that by going public with photos of the new Metal Gear, we could persuade the government.
That's not a good
At least
look,
that was
Snake.
the plan at the time.
I've gone through VR training of the tanker mission before.
Yeah? Well, I doubt it accurately simulates the events of that mission. I'd infiltrated the dummy tanker to obtain proof that a Metal Gear was under development. Shortly after I made it aboard, an armed group led by Colonel Gerlukovich raided the ship and gained control.
Olga and Ocelot were among the raiding party.
Yeah, and him.
Who are you talking about?
A man that was supposed to be dead.
Their target was also Metal Gear Ray. But Ocelot eliminated Colonel Gerlukovich and Marine Commander Scott Dolph, and he hijacked Ray.
So he betrayed them?
I don't know what kind of deal was going down. All I remember is what Ocelot said at the time. Something like, "I'm taking it back."
Ocelot then sank the tanker, along with the soldiers of the Marine Corps.
How did you manage to get out?
Otacon managed to have a small boat ready for me.
That was the easy part. The tough part was not getting dragged down with the sinking tanker. Small miracle when you think about it. It turned out that the whole thing was a setup to lure us. Photos of Snake, taken by the Cypher, were released to the public. In turn, we became the world's most wanted environmental terrorists.
It was definitely a move aimed at putting a stop to our anti-Metal Gear activities.
But why did they choose Snake?
Since the Shadow Moses incident, Snake became sort of a hero. I think the Patriots weren't too happy about that.
You knew about the Patriots?
Well, yes, to a certain degree.
It seems like everyone knows about them except me.
They didn't choose Snake to be a hero.
So they decided to do a smear campaign.
I think the Patriots wanted to make an example of him so everybody would think twice before opposing them.
That's it! They set all this up just to nail you guys.
No, there's more to it than that. The Marines' Metal Gear Ray project, headed by Commander Dolph, was carried out in opposition to the Navy's Arsenal Gear project. To be more precise, the Patriots considered Metal Gear Ray to be a thorn in their side. Hence, they attacked the dummy tanker and stole Ray. they followed this up with a perfect plan. They immediately sent a fully loaded tanker to the same location and sank it, then set up the facility to camouflage the development of Arsenal gear.
And we fell for it. 2 more puppets in their show.
Colonel Gerlukovich and his daughter Olga?
Both fell victim to Ocelot's plot.
Was Solidus behind all this? He used Ocelot to get hold of Ray, huh?
No, he was underground, keeping a low profile at the time.
Then it must be the Patriots.
If that's the case, what's Ocelot doing alongside Solidus?
Forget it. We're wasting time. We can figure this out later. The nuclear strike's been prevented, but Arsenal still has a massive payload of missiles to deal with.
Right. If the opposition gets control of those missiles...
Raiden, you've got to find Emma.
Wait a second. Isn't Emma Emmerich...
my sister?
What's she doing here?
You got me. She's a computer whiz who specializes in neural AI and ultra-variable volume data analysis using complex logic. How she got involved in weapons development is beyond me.
Whatever her reasons, we need her in order to stop Arsenal.
Raiden, find her.
I'm on my way.
Otacon, you were just an otaku who liked giant robots and wanted to live in an anime fantasy, and you ended up in weapons development. Shouldn't be that much of a surprise, man. Sounds more logical than your situation. You know? What you said there, at least her background is, you know, rooted in all this scientific study and everything. Kind of makes sense that she would wind up doing this in the information age. All right, we're back. Billy, you're here. Good to see you, Billy. Mei Ling, how's it going? Okay, big cutscenes. Several more layers being peeled off the onion. We learn about Arsenal gear, that the big shell is just a cover for what lurks underneath. One metaphor that the game uses is that of a turtle. The big shell is literally a shell that protects the animal underneath, protecting Arsenal gear. Arsenal gear is even shaped like a turtle with its little head poking out. Later on, we'll get that image of the world turtle as well, holding the world on its back. Designed to preserve the world, to keep the world as it is, and hold on to the Patriots' power. The Patriots fear exactly what we're experiencing right now in real life. An uncontrollable overflow of information. That it will only slow down the rate of evolution. Something that humanity cannot handle. Sounds about right. The world will drown in the coming flood of information. I really like the water metaphor in this game. The flow of water being analogous to the flow of information. In the pre-digital age, things moving at a steady pace. As information was transmitted on stone tablets to paper writing. But then, when it reaches the digital age, it overflows, it drowns. Later on in the game, when the Patriots are revealing their motives and what their goals are, one of the Colonel's lines, "Who else could wade through the sea of garbage you people produce?" A toxic sludge that needs to be waded through. Let's see if this guy is holding on to anything here. Does my mic sound better? My mic still needs some fine tuning. But yeah, hopefully it's sounding a bit better. If I scream or get loud, it'll start to peak a bit. That still needs a bit of fine tuning. Some cool little nods and parallels to MGS1 again in this scene. I always really like the carrier boy detail. You know, when Ocelot says, "I'll see you around, carrier boy." He says the same thing to Snake in MGS1. In MGS1, he's of course alluding to the Foxdie virus, the biological virus. And here, it's right after we pick up another Foxdie virus from the President. Except this one is digitally based. It's a disc that will erase certain people with a certain genetic code, apparently. Members of the Patriots. So now Raiden is also a carrier boy, the carrier of this new virus. The digital copy of Snake with the digital copy of Foxdie. Let's take a look in here. We can get some pretty interesting optional calls here too. One which is very easy to miss. Well, I guess they're all pretty easy to miss, but we get a pretty significant background call on Emma, where we learn much more about Emma's history. Kind of stands out as it's one of the optional calls that really stands out. It has its own background music and everything. Let's go through some of these.
Raiden, locate Emma Emmerich and have her put the President's disc to use. Emma is on B1 of the Shell 2 core. The clock is ticking. Locate her before Arsenal Gear goes online.
Colonel, I want some background information on Emma Emmerich.
I've got it right here, direct from the National Security Agency's personnel files. Apparently, she was involved in some sort of high-level project, but there's no details on that.
The S3 plan.
Her record shows that she resigned from the agency 2 years ago. Emma Emmerich, full name Emma Emmerich Danziger. Members of her family call her EE. After divorcing Hal Emmerich's father, her mother took Emma to England and raised her there. Danziger is her mother's maiden name, but she prefers Emmerich. After returning home to England, her mother married Robinson, a businessman. The following details are from a report filed with the NSA when she joined the agency. Just before graduating from high school, Emma injured Robinson in self-defense during an alleged assault on her person. As a result of this incident, she followed in the footsteps of her stepbrother, Hal Emmerich, and left home to enroll in Oxford. It is believed that at this particular point in her life, she was extremely angered by the fact that her brother failed to protect her. Consequently, she lost all family connections and is very resentful. She seems to believe that her brother is to blame for everything. While attending Oxford, she was noted for her success in a deciphering event sponsored by British GCHQ.
They may not be blood related, but she sure sounds like Otacon's sister.
There's more. Raiden, do you recall a certain situation that's more or less become a legend among hackers? To refresh your memory, at the time, just about all of our nation's communications and information resources were concentrated at NSA in Fort Meade. In fact, NSA's basement facility operated round the clock to amass data obtained not only from public communications, but everything from satellite to wiretap operations as well. I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that whoever controlled the NSA facility could move the world. On January 24th, in the year 2000, the facility suffered a total system shutdown for a 73-hour period.
Did they ever figure out the cause?
It's believed that a small group within the government had arranged the incident with the assistance of a notorious group of crackers. The result was a full review of NSA's safety measures, which in turn led to the decision to shift the data-gathering operations to an isolated location that would be safe from physical attack, as well as cyber terrorism.
And where might that be?
My security clearance couldn't get me that information, but I did find out that one of the key members of the hacker group was none other than Emma Emmerich. Although she started off as a specialist in artificial intelligence and complex logic, Emma is now regarded as a computer genius.
That would make her a prime candidate for recruitment in the intelligence community, wouldn't it? And knowing most of the intelligence agencies, I doubt fair play was a major concern in their recruiting efforts.
Your assumption's correct. The government played on her weakness, her strong hate for Hal Emmerich, the brother who left her when she was 6 years old.
She hates him that much?
When she was 6 years old, Emma and her father were involved in a pool accident. She survived, but her father drowned.
What did the police have to say about that?
The report states it was an accidental death.
Isn't that about the time that Otacon left his home and family?
Exactly. But I don't have any idea why he chose to do so.
Does Emma blame Otacon for her father's death?
I don't think so. Her hate seems to stem from the fact that she believes Otacon abandoned her. You see, although the two weren't directly related, they were said to be very close. It's rumored that sibling rivalry was what launched her career as a hacker. 4 years ago, the government leaked her the details of the Shadow Moses incident. In doing so, they were able to recruit her for the NSA. I also have little doubt that they also used the NSA hacking affair as a means to convince her to cooperate.
You think that her hate drove her to frame Snake and Otacon?
That I don't know.
All right, there we go. Interesting call. Big info dump. One interesting detail at the start of the call, before they even talk about Emma's background, they kind of gloss over it. They quickly move past the detail. You know, the colonel says apparently she was involved in some sort of high-level project, but there's no details on that. And then he moves on into the backstory. What he's talking about there is, of course, the events of this game. He's talking about the S3 plan. This is the high-level project. What she's engaged in right now is the high-level project. She is the data being studied here. And then, yeah, it goes into her whole history with the NSA. That event that they speak about on January 24th in the year 2000, the NSA's system experiencing this total network shutdown, that was a real event. That actually happened. But then they say after that, the NSA's system was moved to an isolated location. But the colonel says he has no information on where that place is, where their system was moved to. Again, what they're alluding to is Arsenal Gear and the Patriot system. Sort of describing the NSA as the real-world counterpart to the Patriots in a lot of ways. Which makes sense. We can get some more calls here.
Colonel, did you hear the truth about the Shadow Moses incident?
Yeah.
Snake wasn't a terrorist.
You look thrilled.
Huh? Well, yeah.
So you just believe everything that he told you then?
What did you say?
Don't trust him. He isn't in the simulation.
Simulation again. What exactly are you talking about?
Don't put your trust in him. Just carry out your duties to the best of your abilities. Do you understand, Raiden?
Colonel, why did Ocelot murder the president?
They disagreed, probably.
Exactly the same.
What?
As the Shadow Moses incident.
Don't be foolish.
Are you sure about that? Aim's death Appearance of the ninja, the president's death, and now the virus.
You're reading too much into things.
That's right, Jack. You're tired.
Raiden, don't waste your time thinking unnecessary thoughts. Invest all your energy instead in carrying out your duties.
A brick wall of lies that Raiden can't do anything about. You really start to feel like the ultimate pawn during this part of the game when you do these optional calls. Raiden is being faced with these blatant lies. You know, he always has a point here, but he just can't do anything about it. He's just completely under the thumb of his superiors. Don't waste time thinking unnecessary thoughts. Yeah, it's one of my favorite lines. I think we'll get that in the next call here.
Colonel, did you find anything about the Patriots?
No, not yet.
I can't find data on them anywhere.
But the president is...
Jack, there is no data.
Colonel, you know something, don't you?
No, I don't know anything. I need a little more time.
That's it.
The Shell 2 core is where the
Oh wait, no, we already
actual
got that in the
filtration
previous
system
one. Never mind.
resides, or at least it used to. Now it's just a shadow of its former self. Here, water mixed with crude oil was filtered using antagonist bacteria in the microbial decomposition of hydrocarbons. Below the first floor basement is a gigantic vat for this purpose. What happened was that this vat broke and flooded the floor. The first floor, which is not flooded, houses the air purification facility that eliminates the stench from the polluted water. Manhattan is right in our backyard here, you know. There's plenty of reason to be cautious.
Speaking of the NSA, another really wild real-world detail. Obviously, this game came out way before Edward Snowden blew the whistle on the NSA and revealed all of this crazy shit that the NSA was doing, illegally keeping track of the population's data. Edward Snowden actually played MGS2 back in the day, and you can look up forums online where he was talking about the game. And, like, you just couldn't make this shit up, where he's, like, questioning if Solidus was a hero or not. Even some gameplay critique where he's criticizing the sword being introduced so late in the game. Yeah, if you look it up, I'm sure you'll still find it. He had like a known account on some forum. You probably never heard this NSA dialogue, though. Yeah, if you Google it, you'll probably find it. Yeah, for real.
Emma's probably being kept in filter chamber number 2 on floor B1 of Shell 2's core.
The rumors about Big Shell being a big cover-up are all true.
Otacon?
I had Snake check everything out. Sure, there's some facilities to clean up the pollution, but they're not running at full capacity. Don't you think it's funny that even though 2 years have gone by since the incident, they haven't managed to clean up all the crude oil? Of course, the media doesn't report that kind of thing. I think they're having fresh shipments of crude oil brought in to replace the stuff they've cleaned up. The story you were told about toxic chemicals being released if the plant were blown up also seems pretty fishy. I don't think it's actually true. Information is being suppressed on a huge scale. These guys seem to think that the new Metal Gear is worth all the effort and money they're spending on it.
So I've been lied to all along.
No, I think even your CO didn't know what was going on, and that's probably what he's been telling you.
I didn't mean by the Colonel. I meant by you.
Huh? We never lied to you. We just didn't tell you everything, that's all. You know, you're a pretty interesting guy. You're just like Snake said.
What did he say?
That you're a weak, simple-minded, stubborn fool.
A weak, simple-minded...
Ah, don't worry. He didn't mean anything bad by it.
Nothing bad? Well, what could possibly be worse than that? That lying, useless, backstabbing, mincing son of a...
Raiden, I'm his friend. I know him better than anyone else. I know he's not that kind of guy.
Yeah, so what?
And, by the way, there's one more thing you should probably know about Snake.
What?
He's right here.
Bisexual.
Next to you?
Yep.
Did he hear...
every word?
I'm just gonna get back to the mission now.
Oh, God. This call kind of defines Raiden in a lot of ways for me. You know, even Otacon is... he's even beneath Otacon. Even Otacon can talk like this to Raiden. Not a care in the world. That's you're a weak, simple-minded, stubborn fool.
As the President mentioned, Metal Gear Ray was created as an anti-Metal Gear weapon. In the Shadow Moses incident, Ocelot returned with a disc containing data of the exercises that were held for Metal Gear Rex and the new nuclear warhead. What's more, he sold that data not only to the nuclear powers, but to other countries as well. Those nations that obtained the data have commenced their own Metal Gear research. Where does it go from here? What happens when the world is flooded with variations of Metal Gear? We'll probably be looking at an era similar to that of the nuclear arms race. That was one of the reasons we organized philanthropy. I understand that Fortune's father, Marine Commandant Scott Dolph, had the same misgivings. That's why he proceeded with the development of the anti-Metal Gear weapon, Metal Gear Ray. In fact, Ray alone can drastically redefine tactics when you consider its seafaring capacity to approach, strike, and break off from targets. I also believe that Ray was a solution for renewing interest in the Marines, whose role as a rapid response force has dwindled over the last few years.
Anything else?
I did a quick inspection. Arsenal Gear's security system is similar to the antibiotic function of a living creature's immune system. Surveillance of the inner system is handled by periodic scans, using a number of agents with the capacity for detecting data that doesn't belong in the system. Once the agents detect any invading data, the information is passed on to an antibody production system. From there, a program referred to as an antibody agent is autonomously produced to neutralize or eliminate the invading data. Added to that, there's a solid barrier existing between GW's optic neural net, its physical and logical base, and the other general nets. Referred to as the bit-brain barrier, this wall is a filtering system for preventing the infiltration of foreign data. This security system makes it very difficult to attack the system from the outside. I'm afraid nothing can be done without sufficient preparation.
All right. I really like all this stuff with Arsenal Gear as a living organism. You know, later on we'll see when we're inside it, we go through its various organs, through its digestive system, through the stomach, all the way to the rectum. Which is inspired by Pinocchio. Pinocchio being eaten by the whale. Raiden gets eaten by the whale. By the world turtle in this game. Am I ready to move on? I think I am. But we'll talk a bit more about the Pinocchio thing later when we actually get to Arsenal Gear. You can take it a bit further too. Cheers, Joe. Here's Stillman. Glad you like the streams. We can get a pretty funny little call here, kind of strange call. If we go up and look at Stillman. Kind of spooky looking here. If we call Snake while we're looking at him.
Snake, it's Stillman. Stillman's here.
Yeah?
He was waiting for me.
Right.
And that's it. I think the idea is, you know, what do you want from me here, Raiden? Yeah. Haven't we been over this? You know, repeatedly throughout the game, Raiden has these calls where he wants Snake to affirm all these feelings that he's having, or like, tell me it's okay, Snake. Why is this like this, Snake? Why did you do this? You know, Raiden is a character who has no real beliefs of his own, you know? He's searching for a reason to exist, searching for meaning, and he's always trying to get that meaning from Snake. He's like, he's kind of like a pestering child. And Snake doesn't have time for this shit. He wants Snake to tell him it'll all be okay.
Raiden, are you reading me? This is Otacon. What's your situation?
Wet and miserable. This place is flooded. The seawater that's been pumped up is pouring into the building.
I see. Listen, there's something I have to tell you about EE.
Don't worry about her. I'll get her out.
She's afraid of water.
What?
Yeah. When she was 6 years old, she almost drowned with my father in our swimming pool.
She can't swim?
Well, yes and no. We used to swim a lot together when we were kids. In fact, she swam like a fish until that day when she almost drowned.
That pretty much coincides with what the Colonel told me.
When the accident happened, I was in my room. I learned later that EE was calling me for help. She didn't doubt for a minute that I'd be there. You could see the pool from my room, but I didn't realize at the time that she needed my help.
What were you doing?
I was...
So Emma survived the ordeal?
Yeah, but my father didn't.
So you blamed yourself and left your family?
No. EE seems to believe that was the case. The fact is, I betrayed her.
And you think she can't swim because of the traumatic experience?
I haven't seen her since that day, but yes, I think so. I got a letter from Julie, her mother, after they moved back to England. In her letter, she mentioned that EE couldn't swim anymore, that she refused to even wear a bathing suit.
Damn, if she still can't swim, we're in trouble. Level B1 in the core is pretty much flooded.
Look, maybe you can help her overcome the trauma.
You want me to help her get over it?
Well, it's still gonna take some time to repair the Kamov.
Sorry, kid. Emma's rescue is up to you.
Thanks. An underwater mission. Well, this is a first. Look, I'll see what I can do.
I suggest that you drum the map of the building into your head, because you won't have time to look at it when you try to bring Emma out.
I'm counting on you, Raiden.
I covered most of the core when I had to take out the C4s. If there's anything you need to ask me, call me on the codec.
I'll do that.
All right. Vildux, you asked a question here. Dog, do you have notes with all the interesting playthrough points? Or do you do it from memory? From memory. Yeah, from memory. Okay. Video Game Police with the tier 1 sub as well. Thank you very much. Let me just make sure I'm up to date with everyone else here. Video Game Police. Glassy with the 29. I don't think I thanked you, Glassy. And I think that's it. Okay. It's time. Get ready for extreme levels of melodrama.
What's up, Jack?
Here we go.
Jack,
What is it?
I've always been alone.
Huh?
I'm so lonely.
Lonely? Rose, we've always...
Not always.
What do you mean?
You've never slept beside me.
What are you talking about?
After we've been together in my room, you stay awake all night, or you head for the door.
Is this really the time to bring this up?
Why, Jack? Why?
Listen, Rose, I'm right in the middle of a mission, and
Why? Why can't you relax when you're with me?
Look, the mission,
Why don't you open up to me?
Rose, I just can't.
All I ever wanted was to share your dreams, to spend a meaningful evening with you. I just wanted to find you by my side when I woke up. Is that asking too much?
It's the night. I'm scared of the night. It's got nothing to do with you.
Scared of the night? What's that supposed to mean?
I can't relax when I'm with someone.
Jack, you wouldn't even let me in your room.
I need privacy. I just can't be bothered.
Bothered?
Wrong word. What I wanted to say was that there are certain things that I have to keep to myself.
Do you remember that time I forced my way into your room? We'd known each other for almost a year, and you blew up. It was the first time you ever raised your hand against me. I was so worried about you.
Look, I'm sorry.
It wasn't your violent nature that scared me. It was your room, your heart.
Stop it.
There wasn't anything in your room. Only a bed and a small desk. It looked like a prison cell.
Average guy's room.
Rose?
Standard
No
room.
television set. No family pictures. Not even a poster.
Rose, I only use that room for sleeping.
A lifeless room. Almost like your empty heart.
That's why I tried to keep you out.
I thought I was beginning to understand you. Until I saw that room.
Would you have been happier if I had a picture of you hanging on the wall?
That's not what I was trying to say.
Enough, Rose. We'll talk about this later. After the mission.
Right. After the mission. I understand.
Still ticking, huh?
Unfortunately, hell had no vacancies. I thought so. Human muscles are quite eloquent. They speak out clearly what a person's next move will be. They even tell me which way a gun is going to be pointed before the trigger is pulled. But your muscles, they're different. This should be fun. Well worth the wait.
I was coming?
You've become a nuisance. I can't let you interfere with Arsenal gear. The girl is just ahead. She is of no use to us now, but she served us well as the live bait for the big catch. Crazy Ivan sometimes speaks the truth.
Emma's alive?
She was some time ago, but the flooding has become quite serious. I wouldn't be surprised if she's a mermaid now.
What?
Did you really think killing the president would prevent a nuclear strike? Think again.
I didn't do it.
Arsenal is still armed with a purified hydrogen bomb.
Purified hydrogen bomb?
This is no ordinary nuclear bomb. This weapon is capable of heavy hydrogen nuclear fusion using lasers and magnetics to generate heat-insulated compression. It was a top-secret project initiated by the current president, and Solidus has no idea of its existence. The clean thermonuclear bomb is at an experimental stage and is handled differently. Specifically, it becomes launch-capable when Arsenal is activated. A nuclear threat still exists. 6 months ago, we lost everything we believed in. We were abandoned to take the fall in their cover-up. We were labeled as killers, responsible for the mass murder of civilians as well as our own allies. And the public believed every word, turning a deaf ear to whatever we had to say to the contrary. Our only goal is to wipe them from the face of the earth and destroy this world of deceit they have created along with them.
You're insane.
Insane? We might be the only ones telling the truth.
Final check for activating Arsenal has been completed. All Arsenal personnel report to your stations.
Well, it sounds like Arsenal's ready to go into operation.
Damn it!
You're still hoping that the girl can install that virus you're carrying around, aren't you?
You know?
It's a shame you're not going to be around long enough to hand her the program. That isn't seawater, you know. It's a byproduct of the microbes contained in the pool. Buoyancy is practically non-existent thanks to the high oxygen content. Once you fall in, you don't come up. Take a good look at your grave. Show me what you've got.
Show me what you've got. Okay, I have a feeling I'm going to be very rusty with this fight. Let's see how it goes. We should take out these lights. Vamp has a very unique attack where he can freeze you by freezing your shadow. He throws a knife at your shadow, which kind of stun locks you or keeps you locked in place. So we want to get rid of all these shadows. Whoop. Fuck. Ah, you bitch. Clap, clap. Vamp's movements are modeled after a flamenco dancer. I forget what his name is. But that's where a lot of his movements come from. Okay. Fire some stingers in there. Ooh, he's already doing this shit. Yeah! Smack him with the Nikita. Ooh, nice. Whoop. Sometimes he'll lose balance. There's one very unique thing about the vamp fight, or like one of the central gimmicks. He's kind of like Mantis in a way, where he can read your movements, like he says in the previous cutscene. But he'll only be able to dodge and read your movements if you're using auto-aim. So the key is to track him with auto-aim, but when you pull the trigger, to let go of auto-aim. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Here he comes again. Oh, shit. Nice. We're on extreme anyway. I have one ration.
You're wasting your time.
See, that's what happens if I use auto-aim.
Yeah.
Whoa. Although, it's also when he's glowing red like that as well. When he loses that glow, you can still get the auto-aim hit on him. Ba-da-dum. Ba-dum, ba-dum. I want to see if I can get one of his Mantis lines. I think he has a quote that is almost identical to Mantis. Sometimes it can be hard to trigger. Fuck. Dum, dum. Dum, dum. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Okay. Do some calls.
Vamp seems to be anticipating the trajectory of your shots from the minute movements of your muscles. There's no such thing as a perfect system, though. There must be a way to throw him off and land a shot. Remember what Vamp said. That light reaction tank is a death trap. Make sure you don't fall in there accidentally.
Give him another smack. He has one more phase after this. Look at all those knives.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Bum, bum, dum. Oof. Oh, I'm forgetting something that I should be doing here. Fuck. All out of stingers. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I could get a hit in there. Can you freeze the water? No. Okay, I'm just gonna play this slow and boring. I'm feeling kind of rusty, so I'm just gonna be very safe with this here. Ah! Keep baiting out the Nikitas. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Ba-ba-dum, ba-dum. I'll switch back to the M9 when I get to the final phase. I'm just gonna use Nikitas until we get to that final phase. Keep dodging, keep moving. Okay, one more and we should be at the final phase, I think. Ah, shit! Oh my god. Vamp cannot drown, no. Well, I guess he does in his cutscene afterwards. Okay, now I think. Here we go, here we go. Final phase. Keep tracking him until you see the tail. Whoa! Ah! I don't know where he is. Oh my god. That last phase is so scary. And that last phase, he's only open right before he throws his knives at you. So you have to get him or as soon as you see the tell.
Colonel, they've apparently completed the final check procedure for arsenal gear.
Find Emma on the double. You've got to get her to install the virus program that the President gave you. When you find her, take her to the computer room on level B2 in the core of Shell 1.
Snake, did you catch all that? I didn't make it on time. Arsenal's going active.
Yeah, I heard. The hostage rescue's gonna have to wait.
I'm going after Emma.
We'll secure the computer room. Looks like we can't install the virus program without Emma.
Can't your partner do it?
I would if I could. But the security for this system is no joke. I need more time.
That's why we need her.
Understood. I'll make sure you have your family reunion. What's up?
A lot of years have passed between EE and me.
Then you should see her, right?
I don't have the right to see her.
We can talk about this later. Raiden, I think you'd better get moving. Emma's in the locker room to the north, right?
I'm on it.
All right. Oh yeah, another really cool little thing about this arena. I think a lot of people miss this, but if you look at this room, is it reminiscent of anything from MGS1? It's very, very similar to where we fight Ocelot. in MGS1, the layout. And in the fight with Ocelot, you blow open the wall with C4 here. You walk through. President Baker is in the central section. You have the walkways here that you run around. This outer perimeter that you run around. Also, a door right there in MGS1. Right beside Baker, if you remember the cutscene after the fight. He's sitting up beside this door that you don't have the card for in MGS1 at the time. What's cool as well is, during the fight with Ocelot in MGS1, you can't go near the central section, right? It's rigged with C4. And if you move too far into it, game over. Very similar to what you have here. You have to move around the outside and avoid the central section, which is lethal.
Right, come in. Right, right.
Oh, you can flip across.
Raiden!
Raiden! But yeah, pretty easy to miss, because while the layout looks similar and it's a similar concept, the boss overall feels very different to Ocelot. You know, the fight doesn't really function in the same way at all, but you do have a couple of these little things. Can you kick Vamp? I'm not sure what you mean. Kick him? Can you flip into him? I'm not sure if you can damage Vamp by cartwheeling into him. Another little thing here. This is very easy to miss as well, because you're not always going to look in first person when you go up for air like this, but here, if you go into first person, you can actually see into the room where we meet Emma. And if we keep staring at her...
Jack? Jack?
Oh, Rose, is that you? What's up?
What's up? You were looking for a pretty long time. Something catch your eye?
No, just, scouting for the enemy.
Somehow I have a hard time believing you.
Enough. Hurry up and return to the mission at hand.
We try and save. See if she's okay.
Don't call me unless you need something.
How self-centered.
What do you want?
I like you.
Goodbye.
That's so cute, I can't bear it.
What, need to save?
Cute, huh? Hey, come on.
Yes?
I want to hold you in my arms. Cute, huh?
Hey, player Bam.
What, need to save?
You're really selfish, you know.
Goodbye. Yes?
How self-centered.
Don't call me unless
You're
you
a
need
real
something.
egotistical woman.
All right, let's move on. Next. I want to pick up the body armor over here. Very, very useful on the higher difficulties, especially when you get to Arsenal gear. You're dealing with all that random shit. Oh, God! I just decided to come in here because I never come in here, and that's why. I wanted to remind myself why I never go in there. Blood looks cool here. Originally, they were going to have sharks in this part of the game. And if you started to bleed like this, the sharks would come after you. They'd smell the blood and they'd chase you. There'd be a combo of these mines and sharks. I think it was also going to tie in with the Chinaman boss fight, which we were going to have instead of... Ah! Oh my God, the game froze. That's okay. That's okay. I saved right before Vamp and we can cheese Vamp to do it again quickly. What's that sound? What? Whoa! What's going on? The saxophone! Okay, it's like it's cycling through random sound effects. And tracks in the music. Wow. Whoa, what? I'm recognizing some of the sounds. What are these monster sounds? Random unused things in the game files? I guess one of those could have been one of Vamp's growls. Hey! Huh! That sounds like Twilight sniping. Okay, let's reset the PS3. I could sit here for another hour listening to this, but let's reset. I think it just finished anyway. No! Farting trumpet. Did we hear this one already? Nah, yeah, it's cycling back. It's cycling back. I think. Yeah, it is. Let's reset. I'm gonna have to do a hard reset on the console, so give me a second here. Oh boy. Yeah, I remember that happening to me before. I remember the game freezing while I was swimming there. I'd imagine that's an HD collection exclusive bug. Let's see. Was someone posting what one of the sounds was? There's something about drowning before Emma or after Emma. It sounded like one of the sounds might have been Vamp. Vamp's drowning. Okay. Was it because I was bleeding and drowning at 1 HP? It seemed like my death might have triggered it. Like I was supposed to die and the game froze on, like, right as I was about to die. Hey, Storm. There is no way to keep Vamp underwater to drain his O2. Battle bam bam baka chicka bam baka bam bam baka june chaka baka jettle like a better baka chicka bam baka june bam chicka ban chicka dada doom bam baka chicka boom baka jump bam baka doom bam baka dada. Try flipping into him at the start, just flipping through him while he's standing there. Okay. What? Oh, okay, this makes sense. Never mind. Yeah, we'll just have to swim back. I saved at the very end of the area. Rum bum bum baka chicka bum baka jump bum baka doom bum baka tin chicka bada bum baka tin chicka bum bum. Oh, nice. I don't have to open the door. Do I have to get the weapon here? I do. Oh, there's a black screen. Hold on. Just listening to me hum to myself. Hold on. Hey, there we go. All right, let's do it. I'll take Shin Lane's request here, and I'll see if I can flip through Vamp at the beginning. This might take a few attempts, though. Oh, I did it first try, and it didn't do anything. Yeah, that would have been sick. Look how he tracks me here. All right, I'm gonna cheese him. Don't worry, it won't take as long as last time. Now you'll get to see the cheese method. If you don't already know about it. Whoop! Do a full combo.
Yeah. Yeah.
Suck my bones. Sucking my balls.
Bisexual.
Yeah, he'll just jump back up if you drain his O2 gauge.
Everything in that turd's path turned into shit.
All right, we're back. I don't think I need to do the thing with Emma again. Ba-bum, ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Let's log into the node. So that's where we were looking up from before, when we were peeking on Emma. She was sitting on the stairs here. And if you log into the node, you can see straight away where she is. Inside that locker. There's a very sneaky claymore in here. Stealth claymore, you need the thermals to see it. I didn't mean to do
My
that.
butt!
I'm actually gonna reload. I'm gonna restart. Sorry, you're gonna have to watch me fight Vamp again. I want to show some other stuff here.
Put your ear against.
I was just on autopilot there. Come on. Let's see if the game freezes again. Wow, Emma can tank that.
Raiden, is something wrong? Raiden!
Hey, Crow, how's it going? Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Now we're gonna have to go through this shit again. I just really wanted... There are a couple of really cool little details here with Emma. Battle-a-bump-a-bump. Battle-a-bump-bump, battle-a-bump. Okay. Time to swim through here again. You know, let's just do something a bit different here for the hell of it. I never come down here. I want to remind myself what you find here. Absolutely nothing on this difficulty. Okay? That's why I don't come down here. Battle-a-bump-a-bump. Day 4 from Dog not saying hi to me. Jesus, shut up. Did I not say hi? I must have said hi at some point. Is this actually something you've taken note of?
You bastard!
Daddle-a-bump-a-bump. Okay, for the last time, let's do it. If you shoot him right in his bullet wound at the start there, you can deal like 3 times the amount of damage. I think you can only do it at the beginning of the fight. I think you can only do it as that with that first shot. I could be wrong though. Coolant cannot freeze a part of the water. Why am I getting asked this question again and again? If I can drown Vamp or freeze the water. What is going on here? You cannot freeze the water. You cannot keep Vamp trapped underwater and kill him in some alternate way where he drowns during the fight. This cannot happen. This is not a thing. Whoop. Woo. Woo. Okay. When you put Vamp under a hand dryer and thaw him to death, that'd be cool. I wish you could do that. Cast a spell on him to shrink him. Put him in your pocket. Bring him back to the bathroom area. Stick him under the hand dryer. Thaw him out. Cast frog on him. Turn him into a little frog. Stick him in your pocket. Okay, so what I wanted to show here was with Emma, we're gonna finally do it here. Right, let's check all the other lockers first. If we use a mic, we can hear her heartbeats. But that isn't what's cool about this. If we shoot at her and then use the mic again, it speeds up. And she's starting to calm down again. That didn't take too long. Pretty cool little detail.
Are you all right?
Who are you?
Raiden, I'm getting you out of here.
Get me out. You're lying. Where are you taking me this time?
What are you talking about? I'm here to help. Here, I'll prove it. Do you have nanos?
What?
Well, do you?
I do. Everybody on this project has them.
Okay, good. Let's try. Can you hear me now?
Nanocommunication?
That's right. I have nanomachines too.
Then you're not one of them.
That's what I've been trying to tell you.
And you came to rescue me?
Actually, I need your help to stop Arsenal. I understand you're the only one who might be able to do it.
And who told you that?
The President.
Really?
I need you to come with me to Shell 1. Your brother's waiting for you there.
My brother?
Come on! We have to get moving. This place will be flooded soon. We better move.
I can't swim. Leave me.
You can swim. You used to love it.
How do you know?
Your brother told me.
He's really here?
That's right. He's here to rescue you.
I don't believe you. He would never come for me.
And I'm telling you he's here, waiting for us at Shell 1.
No! He left me, my mother, when we needed him the most. When my father died, all he could think about was himself.
Emma, we can go over all that later, but first we have to get out of here.
No! I hate water! It's hopeless! I can't swim! I can't swim!
You can do it!
I can't!
Come on, deep down inside, you know you can swim.
I can't keep my eyes open in the water. That endless blue. The water, it wants me. It won't let me go.
All right, then close your eyes. I'll guide you.
I was injected with something. My legs. I have trouble moving them.
Listen, Emma, just hold your breath. I'll do the rest. First, we'll head to Filter Chamber 2. Then we'll take a break.
And all I have to do is hold my breath.
That's right.
How long?
Just a little while.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. That's how I got here.
I don't think I can do it. I'm not good at holding my breath.
Look, Emma, I have an idea. Put your ear against my chest and listen to my heartbeat.
Your heartbeat?
Count the beats. Don't think about anything else. When you reach 100, open your eyes. By that time, we'll be on the other side. Give me a signal if you think you're running out of breath.
What will you do then?
I'll swim faster. Hang on tight. Okay, let's go.
I'm closing my eyes.
Take some deep breaths. 1, 2, 3.
Wait!
What is it?
Let me take off my glasses.
You know, you should wear contacts.
There's nothing wrong with my eyes. I wear them for show.
Trying to be different from the other girls?
No, it's not like that. I like glasses. And there's this guy I liked who used to wear them.
Your first boyfriend?
No. Somebody more important. Anyway, they bring me luck.
I see. Okay, let's go.
All right, let's keep it going. Ba-da-da-loo-da-ba-ba-bum. Twilight Sniping, one of the fan favorite tracks. cool about this track is how dynamic it is. How the drums and the bass kick in when we're above water. But then when we're underwater, it's like the music itself has been submerged. Ba-doo. Bum 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 ba-doo-doo. Ba-dum ba-da-doo.
Emma, you okay?
Yeah, sort of.
Player BAM, do I zone out during cutscenes since I've played it so many times? No, I mean, like, I'm not always paying total attention to the scenes. Sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not. Sometimes I'm not. Sometimes I'll be doing something in the background, or like I'll be on a food break. But for most of the time, I am paying attention to the scenes. But not all the time. Solid Stranger with the 58 months. Thank you. One interesting thing about Emma here is she has Nastasha's codec frequency. Why does she have Nastasha's codec frequency? I think it's because, you know, Emma is our information expert here. She's the GW programmer. We talked to her about all of these. We talked to her about all of these information processes and what have you. We talked to her about the AI, and that's kind of like this game's version of the nuclear subject in MGS1. Makes me think of the opening blurb that we get at the start of the plant chapter as well. You know, nuclear weapons and computers, both products of World War II, grew up together in parallel. So kind of like a contrast between the game's themes or something like that. Snake has 141.80, which was the frequency given to Miller in MGS1, and you can see how that parallels Snake, even right down to the alternate identities. Snake acting as Pliskin, then he reveals who he really is later. But also how Miller was a mentor figure, the real Miller, how he was taking the role of this mentor character, and Snake also serves as this mentor figure to Raiden in this. The Colonel is obvious. You know, your commander, same guy, 140.85. The boss gets this frequency in MGS3 as well, 141.80. The boss, another mentor character. I guess you could say the boss has a similar kind of deception, although it's a bit different. Not really their, like her name or her identity. But yeah, I would say the game is probably trying to parallel Nastasha as the nuclear weapons expert and Emma as the information weapons expert. The AI expert. Bo-doo.
What's up, Jack? Jack, about trying to break into your room.
Rose, just forget about it.
No, listen to me. I said I did it because I was worried about you, but it wasn't just that.
What?
I was suspicious. I thought there might be someone else.
Someone else?
Another woman.
Rose.
I really thought so, because sometimes you're so horribly cold.
You know I wouldn't.
I'm serious. Sometimes I feel like you're pushing me away. So I...
Did you get in?
Yeah.
Are you satisfied now? There wasn't anyone there, was there?
No. No, there was no one there. There was absolutely no one in your room. Not another woman, not me, not even you.
Rose.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to apologize, that's all. Talk to you later.
Great apology. All right, I'm going to go and take a piss. I'll be right back.
You did good.
I concentrated on your heartbeat. It reminded me of when I was a kid. I remember my brother giving me a piggyback ride. I was sleeping with my ear against his back. I could hear his heartbeat.
Sounds like you were close.
We were, back then. We were stepchildren in our parents' second marriages. Wherever my brother went, I used to tag along. My brother didn't have any close friends, so he used to take care of me. We both wanted to be loved so much. So much that we used to pretend.
Pretend?
Yeah, we used to play house. My brother was the husband and I was the wife. But it was always just make-believe. We were only kids. You know what I mean.
I never had a family, but I think I know what you mean.
Raiden, what's your status?
Colonel? I've got Emma Emmerich here. We've managed to avoid drowning.
Good job. Get her over to Shell 1 as soon as you can.
That's going to be hard with the connecting bridge on the upper level destroyed.
Didn't Olga say something about taking the oil fence at the bottom of Strut L?
Yeah, I remember that.
You should be able to go down by way of Strut L. Try and get over there.
What about Emma? She's been injected with something and she can't walk without any help.
Take her with you. Free your hands of any equipment and hold down the action button to give her a hand. To release your grip on her, take your finger off the action button. Emma can sit and wait until you help her back up. And be careful. You won't be able to use any weapons while you're leading her. Now head for Strut L.
We're on our way.
Raiden, we've infiltrated the computer room. What's your situation?
Emma's safe. We're heading your way.
Good job.
Shell 1's deserted. Looks like everybody's aboard Arsenal.
I had a look at the system, but there's nothing I can do. EE's our only hope.
Right. I'll put her on then.
Huh? EE? What? How?
I'll use my Kodak as a relay. Here she is.
Hal?
EE, is that you?
Hal.
EE. Why are you involved with Metal Gear?
Huh?
You knew our family's dark history and still got involved? What's wrong with you?
I should have known.
Answer me. Why are you repeating the same mistake?
I wanted to hurt you. I wanted to see you suffer.
EE?
You abandoned me.
No, that's not what happened.
All right, that's enough.
Who are you?
I'm a friend of Otacon's, Emma.
Otacon?
Enough with the sibling rivalry.
That's not what this is.
We haven't got time for this. Raiden, get her over here right now.
Gotcha, Snake. I'll head over there with Emma.
Most of the enemies aboard Arsenal, but I suggest you be careful. Make sure Emma gets here in one piece.
Raiden, take care of my sister.
Don't worry. I'll get her there.
All right, let's do it. Let's keep going, Emma. But first, hold on, let's check in on Rose. Yeah, she's holding up.
Jack, do you need to save?
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, Jack, it sounds like you and Miss Emma are getting along just fine.
Rose?
I've been monitoring your every move and conversation. I can't say it's been fun.
Give me a break. I'm only trying to keep her spirits up.
Is that right?
Absolutely. My mission is to get her to the computer room.
That's all?
Yeah.
You're lying. You're attracted to her, aren't you?
I'll admit she's cute.
Cuter than me?
Rose, you're beautiful. You know how I feel about you.
Have you remembered yet?
You mean April 30th?
Yes.
It's your birthday, isn't it?
Wrong. You're not even warm.
What is it then?
Forget it. It's nothing. Maybe I'm just a little jealous.
Rose.
You'd better get moving. Good luck.
You're beginning to get on my nerves. Emma, Snake and Hal are waiting for us in Shell 1's computer room. I've got this disk that the President gave me. This disk is supposed to contain a virus that can corrupt Arsenal Gear's operating system. We need you to...
This is my program.
What?
Why did the President give it to you?
Huh?
Did something happen to the President?
President. He's dead.
What?
You actually wrote this virus?
It's not really a virus. It's more like a worm cluster. It's actually a delayed effect autonomous program that's designed to invade GW's cerebrum and render its nerve connections useless.
You know what GW is?
Of course. I created it.
Huh?
You look surprised.
Well...
Cat got your tongue?
I'm sorry, How about the Patriots? Ever heard of them?
Yes, but I only know what I've been told.
Can you tell me what you know?
Sure, but it's hard to put into words.
Right. Are you reading me, Emma?
Yes, loud and clear.
The President said that Arsenal Gear was the Patriots' key to supremacy.
That's as good a description as any.
What exactly is it?
It's a massive data processing system capable of controlling information on a global scale.
A data processing system?
That's right. The system's a social device for maintaining the Patriots' control.
You've lost me.
Well, in this day and age, information emerges from every direction and is freely distributed. A variety of information gathered by servers employing the latest in high-speed communication networks and P2P technology is rapidly circulated to individuals. In fact, the speed of this circulation process is accelerating on an almost daily basis. The Patriots seem to be afraid of this development. Apparently, they believe that their role will shift from dominant to dominated.
Huh?
Let me give you an example. You're aware of Solid Snake's anti-Metal Gear activities, aren't you?
Yeah, I know a little about it.
Well, that's just a small sample of uncontrolled information. I can guarantee you the Patriots did not want Solid Snake's name publicized. Now, look at it like this. Political scandal, corporate corruption, up until now, the Patriots have managed to keep a lid on these and other self-serving events. But with their existing data processing system, they're no longer able to effectively control the flow of information generated at the individual level. With the newly created system, they can fully regulate digital information. High-level information can be categorized in stages, given clearance levels, and deleted as necessary, never to be seen by the public. By deleting such information, the Patriots can shape the course of history as they see fit.
Somebody's bound to catch on.
No, the memory capacity, not to mention the lifespan of the average individual, is extremely limited. On the other hand, digital information lasts virtually forever. It doesn't deteriorate.
So?
The alphabet, 26 letters, right? It could have been 30 letters. What if the 4 deleted letters were controlled by a program?
Impossible.
It's not. In fact, something similar is already underway. Do you know how many genes exist in an individual?
About 30 to 40,000?
Right, that's what was announced at the turn of the century, but there's actually 100,000 according to the original theory advanced by the scientific community. Information regarding the remaining 60,000 was suppressed by the Patriots.
No.
Why? How would you know? Do you know what a gene looks like? Did you count them yourself?
There are research organizations.
Of course, and their reports have already been subtly altered. They're even beginning to believe the doctored reports. GW is a system that allows the Patriots to decide what will be recorded in tomorrow's history.
So what we're talking about is one huge censorship system for deleting information which might be inconvenient to the Patriots.
Exactly. The actual physical core for handling the task, GW, is installed in Arsenal. It's the only system in the world with an optic neural AI that has a parallel processing capacity of 980 trillion Hammets.
I suppose that being a specialist in neural AI and complex logic played a significant role in your association with the Metal Gear project.
That's not the only reason.
What do you mean? I guess there are plenty of other reasons.
Yes, there are.
I understand.
Do you?
So Arsenal Gear was actually designed to protect the GW system, wasn't it?
Yes. It's armed with everything, including nuclear weapons, and is fully equipped with cyber-terrorist countermeasures. Physically and logically, it's the ultimate fortress for housing GW.
But is the AI actually capable of controlling everything?
No. GW is only the system's core. It's only for deciding what data is stored or deleted. The actual subsystem for executing the task exists within our social structure.
What?
Do you remember the panic that gripped the computer industry prior to the end of the century?
You mean the Y2K problem?
That's right. If you recall, our government supplied the world with a countermeasure program, using the internet at full capacity. The program was distributed to every governmental organization, every key facility throughout the world. In addition, the same program was included in an OS application for distribution among the public.
Let me guess. The Y2K countermeasure contained a program designed by the Patriots.
Yes, and everything supplied from that day onward contains the same program.
Impossible.
Do you know how a computer operates? Do you really know the basic principles on how data is exchanged? Nobody's aware of it, but there's a subsystem in place, and it's about to be activated.
Is that why Solidus wants to burn out every electrical circuit in Manhattan with a nuclear blast?
Probably, but the overall system isn't actually complete.
What?
It still lacks the necessary factors for judging situations. I heard they were planning a major experiment in the next few days to provide complex data for GW to study. And suddenly all this happens.
Emma, it's not your fault. If it wasn't for the terrorists...
Yeah, you're right. Well, I think that's about all I know.
Right. Thanks. I think we'd better head for the computer room.
My bird in the computer room. Is he safe?
That noisy, overgrown parakeet?
Excuse me, he's a parrot. And he's my best friend. My only friend.
Well, the bird's okay.
Good. Did you know that in the old days, miners used to take a canary into the mine shafts to detect toxic gas?
That's what he's for?
No. I really needed someone to talk to.
Right. I think we'd better get moving. We've got a little longer to cover than the last time.
I'll give it my best.
Whatever you do, don't open your eyes.
Why not?
A dead body, not a pretty sight.
Oh.
Once we get past it, it'll be too dark to see anything. What are those sticks in your head?
These? They're lacquered chopsticks. They hold your hair in place. Did you know that they're pretty popular in Europe and South America?
Can't say that I do. You're not only cute, but smart too.
Oh, I'm much more than cute.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. Oh. All right. We're back. One of my favorite little details in that scene is towards the end when Emma is mourning the fact that she won't be able to see what the deal is with this new data that's going to be coming in for GW to study. You know, I heard they were going to send in some new complex data for GW to study, as you know, in the upcoming days. But then all this happens, and of course, this is the data. This event that is happening is the complex data that she was alluding to. She just doesn't know it, which is kind of a grim thought when you start to think about it, because you know, Emma is the data. She is being reduced to a mere, you know, she's just another asset in the simulation. Another disposable digital asset as far as the Patriots are concerned. Her being the creator of this system as well, now she's being used by the very thing she created. Being swallowed up by the monster she created. And we can get some pretty good calls here as well.
How are you, Emma?
Okay, I think.
Emma really wanted to be recognized by the government. She's supposed to sound really elated when asking really. When asking if it was the president himself who told Raiden she's really important. Oh, wow. That's something that gets lost in the translation. It makes me think of a call coming up here where she says something similar. You know, she's like, my government respects me. You know, she's taking pride in the work that she's been given and the status that she now has. But obviously she is not being respected by her superiors. She's just being used here.
Raiden, take Emma and go to Strut L. There's a ladder down onto the oil fence on the ocean surface from that strut.
Okay, Raiden, let me talk to Emma.
Sure. One condition, no arguing.
No problem. Put her on. EE, is that you?
Yes. What do you want?
Why did you get involved in weapons development? A lot of people will get hurt. Even more will die. I'm talking about the destruction of homes and cities, radioactive contamination for years to come. You, of all people, should know the horror of nuclear weapons. You know about our family's dark history. Why, EE? Why?
You left me. You made my life a living hell.
I didn't have a choice.
Don't lie to me. The pool. You could never look me in the eye after the accident. You took the easy way out so you wouldn't have to face me. That way you could avoid responsibility every day. You ran. You ran away so you wouldn't have to face the pain.
No, that's not why I left.
You left me and took the easy way out.
That's not true. I left the house because...
You're a criminal, just like me.
A criminal?
I know what you did. You manipulated our account on the network.
But...
Look at what you're doing now. You're nothing but a cracker.
No, I'm just applying my knowledge for the cause.
The cause? What cause? Justice?
For peace, EE. I'm not like Snake. I can't carry a gun and face the enemy. That's why I do what I do best.
Oh, right. Nice justification, Hal. Forget about being a criminal. You'd make a great lawyer.
All right already. That's enough. What's up, Raiden?
Out of my way. Let me talk.
You want to talk to Otacon?
Yes.
I'll put him on.
Yeah? What is it?
Up to now, scientists have continued to be active participants in war. What's your opinion?
There's no doubt that war has been an ideal event that fuels the progress of science. But therein lies the trap. We scientists must establish some form of work ethic. It's a tragedy that both the government and the military act as sponsors to modern science.
What are you talking about? The atom and hydrogen bombs were born from laboratories owned and operated by universities and private enterprises. Los Alamos and the Lawrence Livermore labs were run by universities. There's nothing strange about that.
Weapons development and universities. This may come as a surprise, but science requires that information be exchanged freely.
You're referring to the will of Professor Oppenheimer, aren't you?
For me, science and weapons always existed at different levels. I never thought that my research results would bring about misfortune to others. That was until the Shadow Moses incident.
I have no regrets.
That's where you're wrong. We scientists know the dangers of a nuclear threat. It's up to us to protect the people. We can't allow it to be exploited by nations or their politics. Man and nuclear weapons cannot coexist. Mere mortals were never meant to handle nuclear fusion.
Science defines me. My government respects me. Can you tell me what's wrong with that? Can you?
Okay, that's enough.
Yes, actually. We just did a few minutes ago. It was a pretty brutal takedown, Emma. You're nothing but data. In the most heinous experiment.
Snake.
Let me talk to him.
Oh, yeah.
Round
Otacon's
3!
busy right now. You'll have to settle for me.
Oh, shit!
What? Okay.
Right. Now what do you want?
Hal's wrong. Science doesn't exist to benefit the world.
Then what is it for?
Science is for the individual. For me, it's a way to realize my dreams.
That sounds pretty greedy.
You can't realize your dreams without greed.
And what's your dream?
Take revenge on Hal. To beat him in his own game.
Revenge?
I am gonna make him regret the day he left me. I am gonna make him realize he was wrong.
Of all the idiotic.
I think that's enough.
Idiotic? It's my goal, my reason for being alive. Hal is wrong. He's only being used by his country. He's pitiful. Even you guys are using him. Me? I'm using science to achieve my own dream.
Real bright, lady. That's exactly the line that scientists are never meant to cross.
Right. I sold my soul for revenge. I will never forgive him.
I'll pretend this conversation never happened.
No. You tell my brother exactly what I said. You...
Emma!
What?
You're speaking your mind, not your heart. Just leave it at that.
Okay.
Love Raiden coming in at the end there, in awe. All right, let's keep it going here. Whoop. Ba-da-da-doo, ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-da-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-doo. You get it? Because she's a programmer. She hates bugs.
Oh no, bugs! I can't handle bugs. I hate them. What do you think you're doing?
Cute, huh?
That hurt! I don't think I like you.
That's so cute, I can't.
You bastard!
Oh, God.
You suck!
You're a real egotistical woman.
Now that just crosses the line.
Oh shit!
Cute, huh? Cute.
Oh, Venus and Cancer.
We'll have different lines now that we've put her to sleep.
Cute, huh?
Bisexual.
That's so cute, I can't bear it.
Oh, Venus and Cancer.
Wendy, hello. You can drag her through the bugs now, yeah. Use the coolant spray to drive bugs away. Oh, that's how you're supposed to do it. I see. That's okay. We're figuring it out our own way. Stoned with the 29. Thank you. There we go. Conquer your fears. Exposure therapy. Or whatever it's called. Oh, this isn't working out.
I'm so tired. Let me rest. I can't walk anymore.
Oh, I forgot that she had a call here when she just sits down to take a rest.
Emma, this is about GW, but is it really possible to automate the scale of censorship? Do we have that kind of computing capability?
Of course we do. And it would be impossible to do this unless it was automated. There's too much information for human beings to handle. Let's take your specialty, military operation, as an example, shall we? The US military began to aggressively adopt the digital model in both combat and daily operations at the turn of the century.
That's true. Battlefield networking, the revolution in military affairs, and of course, the BR training regimen. Information is the deciding factor in the outcome of conflicts. It's because of that reality that the military's invested trillions of dollars in high-tech weapons and equipment. There's no night or day in war or information.
Right, 24/7. There's nothing that we couldn't see through electronic eyes and ears.
And that's what gave us the capability to collect, analyze, and understand tactical data in real time?
No, just the opposite. What we ended up with was too huge a load. We knew literally everything, from the position of every platoon on both sides to the number of clips every infantryman had left. As a result, nobody could figure out what the big picture meant. Not even the most experienced and skilled general could, because we're flesh and blood.
Humans can't adapt to the information age. Is that it?
Basically. No human being can make an intelligent command decision in the information overload of digitized wars. So R&D into computerized systems to assist in the process was initiated. The Defense Department tested a large-scale AI-driven system for troop logistics during the Gulf War. Apparently, they got the results they were looking for.
And you're saying that worldwide information censorship can be performed the same way?
Yes, it's possible given GW's capabilities. Do you get it?
Oh boy. All right. Let me just think here for a second. Oh yeah, of course. Otacon gets upset here.
What do you think you're doing to her?
Yeah, makes sense.
You bastard! What do you think you're doing to her? Get real.
That's what you get, Otacon, for all your insults. What was that? Weak, simple-minded, stubborn fool? Maybe not the best idea. When your sister's life is in my hands to be condescending to me like that.
Raiden, you didn't!
Oh, I'm gonna have to swim all the way back over. Okay. Ba-da-da-doo-da-ba-ba-bum. Ba-doo. Ba-doo-da-doo. Da-da-da. Do-do. Oh yeah, were people having trouble with that in Twitch plays? Accidentally killing her while trying to bring her to the elevator?
That's so cute, I can't bear it.
Please, don't.
That's so cute, I can't bear it.
I feel kind of bad. I feel kind of slimy. Okay, I think I'm ready to continue here. Ba-da-da-loo, ba-ba-ba. Yeah, Emma is actually 54 years of age. Which is kind of funny because it's the same age as Paz in Peace Walker. Yeah, carefully move through this area.
Freeze!
She's 54? No! Jesus Christ. I'm just talking shit.
Freeze!
No!
Mo!
Please don't.
Jack, is that you? Right. Save complete. Goodbye.
Wait a minute. What's wrong?
Nothing. What are you talking about?
What am I? Aren't you being a little cold?
Really? Aren't you just imagining things? Maybe I'm just not as warm as that hand you've been holding.
We already did that one. Right? Guess I reloaded again after we did that one last time?
Jack, is that you?
Cute, huh?
Ba-dum.
Jack, how far do you think the Patriots' digital control extends?
I don't really know, but it probably influences a lot of what goes on in our everyday lives.
Even mundane things like which movies and songs become a hit and what kind of clothes we wear?
I think taste would be the easiest thing to manipulate. I mean, think about the kinds of film and bands everyone wants to go to see. It's whatever's at the top of the charts.
And if the charts are made up...
Exactly.
But you can't really control individual taste. It's too closely tied to personality.
I don't know about that. Trends have always been about following the leader.
Not necessarily.
The age of direct personal interaction is over. So is the idea of word-of-mouth communication. Rose, you have any friends you've met online?
Yeah, I do.
How many?
Well, if you count only the ones I talk to a lot, I'd say about 20.
How many of those have you actually met?
1 or 2 tops.
Uh-huh. That's how it is for everyone, I guess. And even if your online buddies had fake identities and were circulating false information, you'd have no way of knowing.
Fake identities?
Right. And there'd be no way for you to know for sure.
Well, what about people who do meet face-to-face then? Like us.
Us?
Have you ever really shown me the real you?
I wouldn't even know the real me myself.
But you're being honest with yourself now. Well, that's how I see it.
Well, how am I being honest?
I've never seen you show so much feeling. Fear, anger, even a kind of giddiness. It may seem a strange thing to say, but you're living out loud for the first time that I've seen.
I'm just trying to get the job done. This is war, you know.
I do know that. I'm just saying you're different from your usual restrained self.
What about you then?
I always want to be open with you as much as I can.
I wouldn't even know the real me myself. That's a good call. Right, and finally coming out of his shell a bit. Is it
right.
Emma?
Go with Emma to Strut L. If you exit the Shell 2 core and head south on the KL connecting bridge, you'll get to Strut L. There's no time. Move it.
Kind of makes me think of Emma as the Meryl stand-in, which we see more of soon. And how Meryl was the character to make Snake come out of his shell. Sniping, thank you for the 45 months. Cheers. Much appreciated. Oof, close. Let me call Snake here.
Raiden, take Emma and go to Strut L. There's a ladder down onto the oil fence on the ocean surface from that strut. Raiden, I may have to sign off for a while.
Anything wrong?
Just a small errand. Don't worry about it.
What's it about?
Here goes. I'm going offline.
Strange. We call him back.
Yeah. Definitely not.
This is when Snake encounters Olga, which we'll learn about a bit later. Keep this in mind for later, and then you'll understand what's actually going on here. There's another strange little thing with the Nikita as well. If I try and use the Nikita out here... Invisible wall?
The collapsed section of the bridge has been repaired. Emma should be able to handle it. Take her over to Strut L. Raiden, take Emma and head for Strut L. Strut L is on the south end of that KL connecting bridge. If you have a handgun or an automatic rifle...
I thought he had a call here about the Nikita.
Raiden, remote control missiles cannot be used outside the big shell.
Why?
The signal will be scrambled. There's electronic interference surrounding the big shell.
Done by the terrorists?
Perhaps. Probably to prevent any UAV or other searches by us.
But they use radios and ciphers too, right?
Of course. They wouldn't set it up to interfere with the several channels that they are using. The only thing affected is your remote-controlled missile. Fortunately, the interference isn't too strong. While inside the big shell, you should have no problem using a remote-controlled missile.
You never heard this one? Yeah, it's a cool one. Obviously, the story about the terrorists is bullshit. The Patriots have all this set up. And also, as a little game design excuse for not being able to fire your Nikita all the way over to those other struts. Something to mask the technical inability, probably. But yeah, you kind of start to imagine this whole digital field that they have surrounding this place, this barrier. Okay, let's make our way through here.
Damn it.
What's wrong?
This door is security level 5. I don't have card 5. Damn.
Giving up already? Ta-da!
What the?
Are you impressed?
You should have told me you had it.
Well, the truth is, I just remembered it myself.
All right, one of my favorite little scenes in this game. When you see it for the first time, you might think, just seems like kind of fairly weird, insignificant little scene. Raiden getting mad at Emma for some reason because she didn't tell him that she had this card. Why did they make a scene out of this? What's going on? Well, it's another thing that's kind of playing off MGS1. In MGS1, you get card 5 from Meryl. And when you meet Meryl in the bathroom for the first time, when you meet up with her, she gives you card 5 immediately. And that's what's going on here. Raiden has completed MGS1 in VR, and he's done all these VR missions, and subconsciously he's expecting all of this to go down the same way. So that's why he's getting mad at Emma there. You should have told me you had it. Because Meryl told me she had it in MGS1. I didn't have to wait and ask her for the card or do any of this shit. Emma's line, her last line there as well, are you impressed? That mimics word for word Meryl's dialogue when they pass through into the next area with card 5, and it's the moment right before she gets shot by Sniper Wolf. When she sees the mines and she takes that path. That's what she says to Snake when she crosses the little minefield. Are you impressed? And of course, card 5 in both games leads to sniping sections where both women get injured. In MGS1, you have a choice. Whether she lives or dies. Here, there is no choice. Emma dies. But yeah, cool little scene, kinda highlighting how controlled Raiden is, and maybe asking the question of, how controlled are we by our experiences? So you would think Raiden is not consciously aware of why he's behaving the way he's behaving there. He's getting mad at Emma. He doesn't really understand why, but it's because he's expecting it to go according to the simulation, like the Colonel would say. At least that's the way I see it. Paycon with the 71. Thank you. Okay.
I have a question for you.
What is it?
How do you feel about heights?
I can't say I like heights. The water's higher on my phobia list. Why?
Well, we have to go down a ladder.
How far down?
Just a little bit.
Why do I feel like we've had this conversation before? How little is little?
About 130 feet.
Huh.
Think you can do it?
Would you take no for an answer?
How are your legs?
Better. The numbness is gone. I can climb down on my own.
Okay, follow me.
Sunset. It's beautiful.
If we don't hurry, it'll be the last we see.
If we don't hurry, it'll be the last we see.
Enemy soldiers,
bisexual,
gun ciphers. I don't think we're gonna be able to slip past all that. Looks like it can barely support one person. How much do you weigh, Emma?
Are you gonna ask me how old I am next?
If you go alone, I think you can make it across. This is Raiden. Do you read me?
Yeah. What's up?
We've made it to the lower part of Strut L. We'll have to cross the water from here.
Can Emma walk?
Yeah, she's okay. The pontoon bridge doesn't look too sturdy. Emma's gonna have to cross it alone.
Right. The oil fence.
There are ciphers and several guards.
Raiden, you're carrying a PSG-1, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's time to play sniper.
Not bad. This spot gives me a good view of the targets.
You're going to have to cover Emma until she crosses to Strut E. I'll get there and provide some support of my own.
Thanks.
Think you can handle it?
Yeah, I know the drill. I faced a similar situation in Advanced Mode Level 4 VR training with the PSG-1.
VR? Guess it's better than nothing. Make sure you don't hit Emma. Right now, with Arsenal's boarding in progress, security should be at a minimum. That doesn't mean it's going to be easy. Given the situation, they've probably got claymores in place to make up for the security shortage. Make sure you use your thermal goggles.
Right.
Okay, I'm heading for Strut E.
Emma, are you reading me?
Loud and clear.
I'm gonna clear a path for you from here.
How?
Sniper fire.
You're kidding.
Trust me.
What if I fall into the sea? I can't swim.
You were doing pretty good a few minutes ago.
Okay.
Think you can do it?
Would you take no for an answer?
No. All right, get going. You'll be fine.
All right, let's do it. If you play that VR mission that he's referencing, it is pretty similar in layout to this as well. He's not talking shit there. Okay, here we go. Twilight Sniping Part 2. Okay. Ba-da-loo-da-bop-bop-bop. Take out these two guys first. Put on my thermals so we can start taking out some of these stealth claymores. Before Emma gets close. Bum, bum, bum. Bum. Ba-dum, ba-doo. Did DRK do the call where they get upset about shooting seagulls? This is usually where I like to do that. But I think he usually does it earlier. Auto aim? There's no auto aim here. Whoa. Bum, bum, bum. Now, when she turns this corner, another guy will appear up top here. Now we can listen in.
Phew. Safe, I guess. If I've managed to get this far, it must be thanks to that Raiden guy. But he's... Well, what is the deal with him? He's got a weird name. Dresses pretty weird, too. And I'm not really sure about the way he holds my hand and things. He's easy on the eyes, though, so I guess I can let that slide. But I got my own ideas about that hair. I wonder if it's... Well, it must be. I could ask him later. You probably get ticked off. I'll leave him alone.
And now, after listening in on that, you can also follow up on another optional little thing here. If we call Emma.
Emma, about what you said behind that column there.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Can I just say something?
Sure.
This is my real hair, okay?
Of course. As if I said anything about that.
Funny little detail. Very fitting, you know? Raiden's character is all about his identity crisis. He's this artificial being. And now even his hair is coming into question. Artificial blood. It's funny because your the secret items that you get for Raiden, the cheat items, they're all wigs. They're all wigs. Isn't that interesting? So maybe his standard hair is just his main wig. You know, you can get the brown wig, the ginger wig. Maybe this is just another wig. Speaking of, did DRK talk about Bald Raiden earlier? Did he go into Bald Raiden? You know? Is anyone here? Not sure? Well, if we have a load of new people here that weren't here earlier, I think it's worth talking about again. It's one of my favorite bits of cut content in MGS2 that I really wish was in MGS2. Originally, Kojima had an idea that you could lose your hair as Raiden in the early game. During the fortune fight, if you caught on fire, Raiden would lose his hair if you didn't put the fire out in time. That the fire would burn your hair and then you would be bald for the rest of the game. Kojima spoke about this in one of his diary entries. Hold on, I think I have it here. Okay, here's a quote from Kojima. From Kojima's diary, January 18th, 2001. Raiden's clothes were on fire at the Battle of Fortune. I came up with the idea of seeing that. Raiden's long hair, which he is proud of, is also on fire. And if he leaves it alone, his head becomes bald at this point. After that, he will be shaved completely, including in cutscenes. However, various Katsura wigs are available as items. Naturally, some of them have Raiden's hairstyle. There is also the Bakudono wig. If you wear a wig, it will fall off whenever you perform such actions as cartwheels and somersaults. The wig that falls to the floor becomes an item box again on the spot. The good-looking protagonist becomes bald at the first boss battle. Very interesting. It could also be reflected in the poly demo. However, the staff is against it. Is it useful? Question mark. And that's the end of his diary entry. So I guess the staff was against this idea and it wasn't allowed into the game. Very disappointing. I think it's understandable that it isn't a new game, but as an NG Plus feature, that should have been in the game. That definitely should have been in the game. The whole thing about losing your wig if you do a cartwheel as well, amazing. Turns into an item box that you can then go back and pick up. And then you have to manually put your wig back on. Maybe if you lost your hair, you could find wigs in the game as well after that point. Instead of it just being a cheat item, maybe you could find a wig. I like how he focuses on it being like the first boss. You know, not like you can't even deal damage to Fortune. She's standing there with her tiny little health bar. It'll only take one hit to kill her, but you can't do anything. On top of that, losing your hair in that fight would have been amazing. Totally emasculated. Rose, they could have had some hilarious calls with Rose about it too. Imagine Rose getting really upset. Maybe when you were on fire, Rose would call you and say, Raiden, put out the fire, you're gonna go bald. Stop it. Hold on a second here. Bum, bum, bum. I'm just gonna catch up with chat. Another idea he had was that in NG Plus, the guard that takes a piss on you, the legendary golden shower scene, on NG Plus, he wanted the guard to turn around and act like he was going to take a shit on you. And that was going to be NG Plus exclusive. You know, you were going to go there expecting the same thing to happen. And then, wait, what's he doing? Oh God, is he going to shit on me? But apparently the developer who he asked to implement this feature thought he was joking. And when he came back to ask, hey, is there any update on this NG Plus thing that I was talking about? He's like, oh no, I thought you were joking about this. And he said that this kind of shit happens all the time when it comes to things that he wants implemented, that people think he's joking and never gets taken seriously. And that was one thing that he was like, that he seemed to be genuinely upset about. He brought it up in a couple of different interviews, mourning the fact that this didn't get put in the game. He was very sad about it. Okay, right, let's continue here. I can't remember if I don't think he was going to take a shit. Like, I think he was just going to act like it, and then he was going to back away. Like, he was going to decide against it. Oh, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to take a shit out here. Okay. Let's keep going here. Ba-da-ba-da-doo. Speaking of shit, we will have Johnny coming up when we get to this next strut. Oh my god. Oh my god! Okay, any second now, another guy is going to come around this corner. Now another Cypher tries to creep up on her. These Cyphers can be really sneaky here. Oh god. This is the worst one here. Nice. Ba-da-la-da-bum-bum-bum.
Freeze!
Ah!
A girl? What are you doing here?
It's not by choice, thank you very much.
Oh,
You're not gonna shoot me.
no.
Why not?
Stay away from good-looking women when you're fighting. Otherwise, you'll get hit with diarrhea.
Huh?
One of the few things I learned from Shadow Moses.
What are you talking about?
Ancient history. Don't worry about it.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but does this mean you're letting me go?
Well, you could have found a nicer way to say that, but sure. Better hurry.
Thanks.
Don't mention it. Just run like hell. Oh no, my stomach! Not again! Oh. This place is about to sink! Just get out fast, okay? Oh.
Wait!
What?
What's your name?
Don't have one!
Huh?
Okay, fine. It's Johnny! Oh, I'm not gonna make it.
Hey, if we run into each other again...
Oh.
Huh. What a weird guy.
We don't get any follow-up with Emma on this one, unfortunately. A little bit sad if you think about that dialogue too. You know, these are Emma's final moments. She's not going to be running into him again. Did I get all the claymores here? Yes.
This is Snake. Can you hear me?
Yeah, nice and clear.
I've reached my sniping position on Strut E. I'll provide support fire from here.
Right. Do me a favor and take out whatever I miss.
Just call me when you want me to shoot.
If Emma survived to see MGS4, what do you think she'd be like? I have no idea. She'd probably be really miserable and, you know, talking about how she needs to atone for her sins and all that shit. I guess he didn't do it.
Raiden, do you actually enjoy abusing helpless animals?
I don't believe this. I had no idea you were that kind of a monster.
I don't understand you, Raiden. If you're satisfied, get back to the mission.
Yeah, maybe that would be yeah, maybe she could have been like Sunny. Maybe she could have been the proper parent to Sunny on the Nomad. You know, Sunny's always getting ignored by Otacon and Snake. Maybe she could have played the mother role. Oh, God.
All right. Do I need to clear things with Otacon before I ask her out?
Wish I were that relaxed.
Second, thank you for gifting us up to Bunya. Let's see if I can still pull it off here. Oh! Oh!
Raiden, Emma's been stabbed.
That bastard!
How bad is it?
She's conscious, but the bleeding's bad. I'm bringing her over there right now. Raiden, get that disc over here as soon as possible. I'm afraid her time's running out.
I'll be there. Snake, what's your situation over there?
Emma seems to be, doing something to GW's defensive capabilities. All we need now is your disc. You'd better hurry. I don't think she's gonna make it.
How's the bleeding?
Just get over here. You'll find the coast is clear with everybody aboard Arsenal right now.
Understood.
All right, let's do it. A little blood trail there. There's a pretty interesting little detail here. Actually, a couple of details. When you're first playing through the game, or even replaying the game, given that you're on a timer, you might not stop to really examine things and play around here, but one thing is that the conveyor belt has been turned off, which makes sense, right? Because they've told everyone to get out of the shell. This place is about to come down and everyone's going down to Arsenal gear. You know, we got that announcement from Solidus earlier commanding everyone to move. The only reason this guy is here is because he didn't hear the message because he was listening to his music. This is the only guard left on the big shell right now. This guy didn't get the message. What's really cool is if you trigger an alert here. You just get radio static. No voices on the radio, no backup coming. It's just him. He goes back out, huh? Where is everyone? And back to his tunes. Even all the cameras have died down. Although DRK probably shot these earlier anyway. What is this? Nikita ammo?
Jack.
Rose, can you hear me?
I'm right here.
Actually, that's okay. Forget it.
Jack, what is it?
You wouldn't understand.
Try me, Jack. Please.
I can't, not to you.
Please, tell me. I can help you.
No, there's no way you'd understand.
You can tell Snake, but you won't tell me?
He's different.
Why? I'm in this war too. With you.
No, the war is out here, not on a live feed to some control room.
You want me to pick up a gun and fight? Is that it?
Lord, no. You're the one person that I'd do anything to keep out of this place.
Then what is it?
I'm a killer.
But...
I see men hit, I see them die in agony, and I don't feel a thing for them.
Don't think things like that, Jack.
I'm a born and bred killer. Nothing like Snake. He fights for something he believes in.
So do you. You're doing your duty.
No, I'm not. Somewhere deep inside, I'm enjoying this. This game.
It's me. It's your other self. Funnily enough, there are 3 unique save calls that you can get during this countdown timer. For the most part, when you have these timer sequences in MGS2, there are no interesting optional calls. But for this timer, you actually have 3 save calls that you can only get during this sequence. There's no real way to pace it out naturally with the game. Usually the game is pretty good about this kind of thing, but here they kind of overload you. Doesn't really fit with this being a timed sequence.
Jack, I guess you need to save.
Ba-dum-bum.
Jack, I've been thinking for a long time. You've got a no trespassing sign pasted on your heart.
Oh, here we go.
What?
No entry beyond this point. You've got it written all over your heart.
That's ridiculous.
Don't try to deny it. You know I'm right. Stop lying to me. Why do you do this? Don't you trust me?
I don't know. I like you.
It's a bit
really
dramatic,
do.
Rose.
It's not that I'm rejecting you. It's just that...
All right, I understand. Forget about it.
I'm sorry.
But someday, do you think you might let me in? To the other side of that sign?
Yeah, someday.
Okay, someday. Promise me?
Yeah, I promise.
That call, the previous one, someone asked how many kills do you have to get? You don't actually have to kill anyone to get that call. I think. I'm like 90% sure. There are other calls that do require you to kill a lot of people, like where they'll comment on your behavior. The funniest one is Stillman, where Stillman calls you out for being like a lunatic. What does he say again? What's his dialogue? That's a call that I don't get as often as I should. Stillman has a really funny one that reacts to all of your killing. He's like, what's with this guy? Who is this guy?
Has anyone ever told you you have some issues?
But yeah, you'd think that should be another call that depends on you killing someone. This doesn't really make sense if you've been doing a no-kill run, but I'm pretty sure you can still trigger it. Usually the game is good about that kind of thing. We're really running out of time here. Oh god. And the cameras are down. More bugs.
Everything all right, Jack?
Actually,
Take care, Jack.
Otacon has a lot to say during this sequence as well, I think.
Raiden, we're in the computing room on B2 of Shell 1's core. Emma's not doing so well. Get over here as soon as you can.
Why bug kill? Because you get that cool little animation where they fly on the camera.
Most of the enemy personnel's been moved inside Arsenal gear, including the search and destroy teams. Even if you're sighted, you won't have to worry about the backup being called.
Yeah.
Just hurry over here. Arsenal's launch has initiated a security lockout. Otacon's managed to override anything that leads to the computing room. This is no time to get sidetracked. Hurry!
How's Emma doing?
Not very good. I can't do a detailed examination here, but it looks like the damage to her muscle tissue is equal to the actual size of the wound.
What are you trying to say?
That there's the possibility of intestinal damage. Added to that, she's bleeding bad, losing blood pressure. She needs abdominal surgery, but this ain't the place to do it. I've plugged the wound as best I can, but it isn't going to be enough. She's running out of time. We have to hurry.
But you have things to say. I'm not gonna hurry until you shut up. But you have so many unique calls here, I can't help.
Raiden, I asked EE about the disk you have in your possession. Basically, it's a set of computer worm programs. Each worm is structured to mimic the data units that compose GW. As a result, GW scan agents are unable to detect the program. In short, the program doesn't trigger GW's antibody production system. What's more, the program can penetrate the bit-brain barrier that surrounds GW. Once the worm program enters the neural net, it transforms the surrounding neurons. The transformed neurons become solid and can no longer function as neural nets. As time passes, the neurons transform and perish.
We don't have
stripping the
time
overall
for this,
system of its power
Otacon.
to define and comprehend data. This in turn causes language disorder and memory loss, leading to the shutdown of functions as the system becomes
Well,
unable to
Emma's
maintain
definitely
itself.
dying now. Jesus, I hope you're happy with yourself. Anything else to say?
Arsenal's launch has initiated a security lockout. Otacon's managed to override anything that leads to the computing room. This is no time to get sidetracked. Hurry!
Hold on, just one more call with Rose.
Did you call Jack?
Yeah, they really shouldn't have had this many calls during this sequence. Like I was saying, it's the only countdown timer sequence that's like this. With all the other ones, it's the opposite. You don't really have any optional calls to do. All right, one more call.
Don't push yourself too far.
Oh, wait, no. She should have another call.
Did you call Jack?
Cute, huh?
Hang in there.
What? She should have another call.
Did you call Jack?
I think it's because I said do not save that third time when I backed out of it. But that's still weird.
Come back in one piece, okay? Please?
No, I want to show this last call, so I'm gonna fail here.
Emma, open your eyes.
Oh!
Emma! Emma!
Damn, I can't remember the last time I saw this. Okay, let's see what happens this time. I shouldn't have to go through the same 2 calls again, I don't think. Save calls don't usually repeat like that. Ba-dum-bum. Maybe it had something to do with the timer. No, I don't think so. I remember doing this before.
Hey, Jack.
Hey, Storm.
Take care, Jack.
Oh, wow. Damn, that's really strange. Huh. Let me go back to the previous area. We're just not getting her third call. Maybe when I said do not save that first time, maybe that cancelled it for some reason.
Jack, I guess you need to save.
I really like the last one as well. It's a shame.
Don't push yourself too far.
Definitely not.
Okay, let's just keep going then.
How's Emma?
I think he got some internal organs. We can't stop the bleeding.
I'm here.
Got the disc. Emma set everything up. Apparently all you have to do is pop in the disc. That should insert the virus into the AI.
Is it working?
Just leave it to Emma. What the?
An antibody agent?
Damn! The connection's been cut.
Is the virus upload complete?
I don't think so. The count stopped at 90%. Otacon.
I don't think Emma's made any mistakes.
But
a portion of the worm cluster might have been altered after the disc left Emma's hands.
By the Patriots?
Will the virus still work?
I have no idea.
How is...
Is everything all right?
It's all right. Everything's all right.
Good. At least I won't be adding another page to our family's dark history.
Yeah, that's right.
What if the virus doesn't work?
Either destroy that thing, or take out Solidus and his men.
How do we get on board?
I don't think we can. Unless somebody inside gives us a hand.
Hal. I always...
What is it?
wanted to see you again.
You don't hate me?
Never. I never wanted to get in your way. I never wanted to hurt you. I thought that with Arsenal, if I followed in your footsteps, I could be closer. I just wanted you to look at me. Look at me as a woman.
Hey, I could never do that.
Don't be so honest. It hurts.
Sorry.
Can I ask you one last favor?
Sure.
Call me Emma.
What?
Please call me Emma.
What's wrong with EE? Emma? 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 Answer me! I didn't
Everything in that turd's path turned into shit.
Because of the accident, I had a relationship with your mother. She seduced me. And it went on. My father's death was no accident. He took his own life. It was my fault. All my fault.
Has anyone ever told you you have some issues? Has anyone ever told you you have some issues?
Bisexual.
You bastard!
Has anyone ever told you you have some issues?
Attention! Arsenal gear is ready for launch. Evacuate the upper levels immediately.
Sounds like they're cutting this out.
It means we're gonna sink.
We have to get the hostages out.
What about the Kamov repairs?
Done.
We won't be able to get everybody aboard.
We'll just have to take as many as we can.
My sister won't be able to come with us.
We will be commencing the countdown shortly. Personnel in the upper levels, head for the evacuation area immediately.
I'm always the survivor. Why, Wolf?
Otacon, take care of the hostages.
What about you guys?
We got other arrangements. There's our ride out of here. Anyway, we're gonna have to sink that thing if the virus doesn't work.
I should be going with you.
You've got your job. We've got ours.
You mean I'd only get in your way?
Wrong. Only you can save those hostages. Got it?
Right. Listen, the two of you won't be able to destroy that thing. Eliminate the enemy. That's your only option.
How?
EE? Damn!
Otacon, try to get as many hostages out as you can. It's a short flight to the shore, so don't worry about overloading the Kamov.
Leave it to me.
I repeat, personnel in the upper levels, head for the evacuation area immediately.
I'm counting on you, Otacon. Bisexual.
Hal, I miss you. Hal, I miss you. I miss you. I miss you.
You and me, we're the same. Both you and I, we were always alone. Always. We only wanted to be loved. We were always waiting. Waiting for somebody. Somebody who would love us, but we were wrong. You can't wait to be loved. You have to go out and find it. 4 years ago, I realized that you can't just wish for a happy family. You have to make it happen. I only wish I knew that sooner. I learned that I could love, as you probably did, Emma.
You think he's gonna be okay?
He's tougher than he looks. Consider it done.
Now, how do we open this thing?
You can come out now.
A ninja? What the?
Arsenal's going to take off. We still need you to take care of a few things. This time, do not fail us.
Snake, what's this all about?
Bedtime, Raiden. I would do that.
You're changing sides now?
Change sides? I don't recall saying I was on yours.
Damn it. You!
Ready for some shut-eye?
Jack, are you reading me? Do you want to save your mission data up to this point?
Not a chance.
Is he still alive?
He was when Olga brought him in.
Oh shit!
I've checked everything, including the genome data, but there's nothing on this guy. NSA, CIA, FBI. He doesn't exist in any database. He's a non-existent operative from a non-existent organization.
I suspected as much. However, I know this man.
Huh?
Wake him up. It's been a while, hasn't it? Jack the Ripper?
You know this fellow?
You remember me, don't you? You've grown. High concentration of cerebral implants. Have they altered your memory, too?
My butt!
This is my son. I taught him everything. Jack, I never thought I'd see you again.
You know me?
You don't remember. Your name, your skills. Everything you know, you learned from me. The 80s. The Civil War. You were one of the best among the child soldiers that fought in that conflict. When you were barely 10 years old, you became the platoon leader of the Small Boy Unit. At the time, your outstanding kill record earned you several nicknames, including White Devil and Jack the Ripper. Jack, I was your godfather. I named you. When the war ended, you disappeared from the relief center. I wondered what happened to you. I should have known they would recruit you.
It's an interesting coincidence.
If he's a lackey for the Patriots, I doubt he knows anything of interest.
What should we do with him?
We'll use him like you suggested.
What about Dead Cell?
Ignore them. Happening again?
Could it be that he's here too?
In another hour, we demonstrate the power of Arsenal gear.
Attack with standard weapons, of course.
Yes, proceed as planned.
At last report, all is well with GW.
How about the troops?
The men are being refitted with Arsenal gear equipment as ordered. You're the spitting image of Big Boss.
Is that so? Perhaps I should be grateful to this kid for that.
This situation, I find it very nostalgic.
Where am I?
Why, inside Arsenal gear, of course. Actually, we're also inside the memory of Shadow Moses. I'll take this back. You don't need this anymore, do you? A foul wind is blowing. We shall speak again.
Don't move. Stay as you are. We're being monitored by a camera.
What are you up to?
I'm switching over to nanocommunication.
Mr. X? Ninja?
Correct. It's me.
I thought you were the leader of the Russian troops.
No, that was just a smokescreen.
A smokescreen?
I was sent to provide you support.
Support? Who sent you? The Colonel?
No, the Patriots.
What?
I deceived my troops, betrayed them.
But why?
My child is being held hostage by the Patriots. It all started 2 years ago when I lost my father during the tanker incident. My men and I had nowhere to go, so we joined forces with an illegal Russian organization.
The Russian Mafia?
Something like that, actually. I learned much later that it was a subordinate organization of the Patriots. I was expecting at the time. When I gave birth to my child, it turned out I was in a hospital run by the Patriots. In the morning, my child was gone. My baby is being kept somewhere in this country.
Have you ever met your child?
No. Once a month, they send me a photo of my child via network. I've never even held the child in my own arms.
I see. Given your situation, nobody can blame you for what you did.
That's your opinion.
What about Snake? I thought you were enemies.
He wasn't responsible for my father's death. Actually, we owe him our lives. 2 years ago, they were responsible for getting us out of the sinking tanker alive.
So you were partners since the incident?
No, I only found out the truth shortly before this.
Huh?
When I confronted him here.
You fought with Snake? When?
Well, it was around the time you were holding hands with that girl.
Snake. So you joined hands with him to pay back a debt?
No, mutual gain.
Mutual gain?
My job was to assist you. If Solidus gets away with Arsenal, your mission is a failure. The Patriots would judge that as failure on my part and terminate my child. Putting it simply, my child's life depends on your success.
So you did it all for your child. But why would the Patriots want to help me? Are they hoping I'll take Solidus out?
No, you're just like me. We're just pawns.
Pawns for what purpose?
The S3 plan.
Huh?
You'll figure it out sooner or later, but I wonder if you'll handle the truth.
What do you mean?
Listen, we haven't got time for this. Solidus will commence his attack any minute. He's got to be stopped.
What about the virus?
No results so far. I think the Patriots have tampered with the program.
Will it work?
I don't know.
Get me out of this thing.
Not yet. I'll release your restraints after I leave this room.
Where's my gear?
Snake's got everything. I couldn't bring it here.
And where do I find Snake?
The passageway ahead leads to a hangar. He'll be waiting there. I gave him a card key for the hangar.
Does Snake plan to destroy Arsenal gear?
No. Even for Snake, it's impossible to completely destroy this thing. The only option is to stop Solidus and his men.
What are you going to do?
Stay concealed. That's my role. I still can't afford to be discovered.
Olga, you can't keep this up. They're bound to find you.
Listen, I'll free you in a little while. Brace yourself.
You bastard!
All right. Are we back? Not quite. We have one more call to do.
Jack, are you all right?
Oh, yeah.
Jack, is it true? What Solidus said?
Yes.
It's unbelievable. Drafting small children, sending them to war? It's not allowed under international conventions.
ICC rules don't mean a lot in war. Someone told me that there are over 300,000 children in combat right now. I was just one of them.
So you remember. I thought your memory had been manipulated by them.
It was, but I have nightmares every day. Pieces of the past I can't put together.
Why didn't you tell me?
You couldn't begin to understand.
You wouldn't know that until you try me.
I didn't want you to get hurt. There was never a real reason for me to fight, except that someone put a gun in my hand. And that someone was him.
It wasn't your fault.
If I survived the day's fight, I was praised, fed, and had a bed to sleep in. I think I was only 6 when I held my first AK. But I'm not even sure of that.
Jack.
I'm not like Snake. I never questioned why we fought. There was no purpose, no way out. They give you a gun, you ask how many to kill. If you didn't, you were the one they shot instead.
It's okay. No one is blaming you.
We were shown Hollywood action films every day. The kind with macho guys and big guns. They call it image training.
Ugh.
They built us from the ground up into killing machines. We were fed once a day. I can still taste the gunpowder they mixed into the food.
Gunpowder? In the food?
The gunpowder had toluene in it, giving it hallucinogenic properties. It kept us drugged, controllable.
Oh my God!
When the Civil War ended, those of us who survived were taken in by NGOs. They gave me a new life in the States. I can't complain. But nothing's changed. The only people who have no problem with my past have secrets and agendas of their own. Terrible nightmares. Every night. I can never forget.
Jack.
I'm afraid of the night. That's why I don't sleep next to you.
You should have told me.
Told you what? That I'm a killer? And always have been?
No, no.
What I hate more than anything else in the world is my own past. I didn't want you or anyone to know about it. Now I know why I was chosen for this mission. No one can take him on. Take him down. Except...
Everything in that turd's path turned into shit.
Alive this long for this. I knew as soon as I saw Solidus.
Jack, I love you the way you are now. You have to believe me. I didn't know anything about you, I admit that. Where you were born, how you grew up. But I know that now.
Has
and I
anyone
know
ever
that
told
what I
you you
feel
have
for
some
you
issues?
can only get better. And I'll share in your past if that's the price.
It doesn't work that way. No one can share the burden of what I've done. It's not one of those warm and fuzzy things couples share.
I accept the good and the bad, Jack. That's what you do for someone you love.
I don't want to share my past with anyone. I just want to forget about it.
Jack, I haven't told you, about what I've done.
The last 2 years with you, it's been more than I've ever hoped for.
You bastard!
But I can't go any farther. I know you want to get married. But I can't. I can't risk starting a family. There's no way to erase my childhood.
It's all right, Jack. Please, don't say any more.
We're back. Something I was looking up recently was some of the real stuff that this was based on. Raiden's history as a child soldier, him being Liberian. This was actually the case for a lot of Liberian child soldiers. The drugs that they were given. The most basic drug was just simply marijuana, but they were also given cocaine, cane juice mixed with gunpowder, all sorts of crazy shit. If you actually look up the real deal with these Liberian child soldiers, they were given all sorts of drugs, stuff to make them, confident on the field. Pretty crazy shit. I'm just looking at this other article that I was reading a month or so ago. Something I'm forgetting here. Kids spoke about being given bubbles, a tablet that is apparently an amphetamine, an upper. The theory apparently is that if a kid is intoxicated, he'll be braver, jump over his friend's body and keep shooting. This article I read was in reference to Sierra Leone and Liberia. Pretty grim stuff. This was way back in the 90s, late 90s. So I'd imagine this is the stuff that they were taking inspiration from when it comes to Liberia. And Raiden's history. Many of those who are to be disarmed in Sierra Leone are child soldiers who were often captured, forced to kill or be killed, torture or be tortured, and are now drug addicts. The disarming treatment and rehabilitation and retraining and schooling of these children is no mean mission, but an extraordinary task that Sierra Leone cannot do on its own. So yeah, lovely real world influence for a lot of this stuff. I remember Kojima said in one diary or something, I forget where this was, but he said originally he wanted to include real footage of child soldiers during these scenes, which he was eventually disallowed from doing. I guess Konami, the higher-ups, whoever, wouldn't let him put this footage in the game. I don't think it was even like particularly graphic footage, but just showing, child soldiers. I think he said that it made him want to quit the gaming industry. He's like, really? Like, our video games have to be this censored? think it was actually Bad Humans who drew my attention to that interview way back. Speaking of censorship, we're also not allowed to see Raiden's dick here. There's also a funny cut content story related to this. Originally, we were going to have to actually hold on to, it was going to be a mechanic to hold on to Raiden's dick, where we would have to say, like, hold the circle button throughout this entire sequence. And if we let go of that button, Raiden would reveal his dick, except we wouldn't see it because, boom, mission failed, censored, game over, restart. It's kind of funnier if you think about it. If you think of Raiden as being, you know, believing he is a real person in this fictional world, who's he hiding his balls from here? He can only be hiding it from the audience, right? Although I guess in this crazy world of AI and surveillance where he's being watched all the time, maybe he does think someone else is watching him. Guess that would make sense. We lean back up here. It's censored by the straw. Where are my weapons? Where are my items? Another cool thing, I think again this was Bad Humans who drew my attention to this. See how we can see the little cell in here? Obviously imitating MGS1, where we were held in MGS1. But the texture on that bed is a PS1 texture. That is the PS1 MGS1 texture on that bed. And I never noticed that before. Until I think it was the Bad Humans who mentioned it. The types of lockers as well. See, you don't see lockers like that in MGS2. You do see them in MGS1. I don't. That is a better texture though. That's almost looks like it's deliberately lower res or something. But yeah. Some medicine here. And now things start to change a bit. Arsenal gear, stomach. So now that we've signed into the node again, we can look at our map. But here, when we press start to look at the map, we don't get a map of the facility in the same way. What is this that we're seeing? When you're up on the big shell and you log into your node and you get your map, you press start, you have this very readable map, this representation of the big shell. It shows you your current position, the current strut that you're in. Here, we get this instead. What is this? It tells us where we are, Arsenal gear stomach up there on the top left. But the map is just this image of a turtle. A turtle with what seems to be an Ouroboros or something wrapped around it. This turtle here is a reference to the mythological world turtle, which I think appears in a load of different cultures. I'm not sure what its origin is, but it's this myth of a giant turtle who holds the world on its back. And that's what you're seeing there. I think you actually see some elephants as well. It's a turtle with elephants on its back, and the elephants are holding up the globe, it seems. But yeah, anyway, the world turtle who holds the world on its back. And, you know, if you think of a map as like a representation of the physical place, that's kind of what this is, again, but a more abstract version of it. That's what we get in the shell, and it's a map we can read. And this, I think, is also supposed to be kind of like a map, but a bit more abstract. It's supposed to symbolize where we are. It's supposed to symbolize Arsenal gear. Remember before we were talking about how the shell is the shell that covers Arsenal gear underneath, like a turtle's shell? How the shell is just the cover, hiding what's under the surface. How it's just a cover for the truth of the S3 plan, of what the Patriots have going on here. And we are now inside the turtle, the belly of the beast, inside the stomach. This was also, if you look at the shape of Arsenal gear as well, it looks very much like a turtle. Kind of looks like a manta ray and a turtle. If you look at the shape of a manta ray and the shape of a turtle, isn't all that different. You see the head poking out through the center, the arms on each side. It could be the arms of a turtle or the wings of a manta ray. The sequence is also very much inspired by another sea creature, though, a whale. This sequence was very much inspired by Pinocchio, and Pinocchio being swallowed up by the whale. And as we make our way through Arsenal gear, we go through all of its various digestive organs. Eventually we end up in the rectum. And then finally we get shot out of the rectum on top of Federal Hall, where we fight Solidus. But yeah, this was very much inspired by Pinocchio. And I would say that Kojima was thinking about the game as a whole, with Pinocchio in mind. You know, we play as a puppet, a pawn. Raiden's whole deal is his identity crisis, that he doesn't believe himself to be real, essentially. It's one of his defining lines at the end of the game, you know, who am I really? His whole character arc is about searching for meaning and identity in this insane world of digital overflow. Trying to find meaning in a world drowning in information. The simulated Solid Snake. Another thing as well, Pinocchio goes into the whale to encounter his father, right? He goes in there to rescue his father. We come in here and we kill our stepfather at the very end of all this. So maybe a little twist on that. We come here to confront and murder the man who raised us.
Raiden, do you copy? You must continue your mission.
I've lost all my gear. I need to locate Snake.
He was never factored into the simulation. Leave him out of this.
I can't do much naked, especially in this temperature.
That's true. You won't be able to attack or enter the hanging mode either.
I think Snake has my gear.
Raiden, take out Solidus and his men. You must recover Arsenal intact.
Colonel, are you under orders from the Patriots?
Your role, that is, mission, is to infiltrate the structure and disarm the terrorists.
My role? Why do you keep saying that?
Why not? This is a type of role-playing game. The point is that you play out your part, and I expect you to turn in a perfect performance.
Colonel, I just remembered something.
What?
That I've never met you in person. Not once.
Complete your mission according to the simulation.
Colonel, who are you?
No more questions. We have Rosemary.
What do you mean by that?
Over and out.
Here we go. I really like this detail of him being stripped completely, apart from the dog tags. For the first time in the game, we actually see the tags. We enter our name at the start of the game. Our name gets put on the tags. But we don't see them until he's completely stripped here. Again, it kind of makes me think of, you know, the puppet idea. And how at the end of the game, his defining character moment is to throw away the player's name. You know, he doesn't recognize the name on the tags. He throws them away, and that's like his defining moment where he becomes his own person. He kind of has to break free of the player. Are the tags? Is that what's keeping him chained to me here? If he lost his tags, would I lose control of him? Some strange markings on his body as well. Some numbers up on his chest. 57, 38. I'm not sure what those mean. If it's in reference to anything. Always makes me think of, even though they don't really look like barcodes, it kind of gives that sort of impression, kind of highlighting Raiden as this product.
Who's that enemy intruder sighted? There!
No problem here. Huh? Wish I had that.
Return your positions. Tighten security. Understood. All units exercise extreme caution.
Amazing little Easter egg here. What if the player triggers an alert and then comes back to do this again? Oh.
Raiden, rendezvous with that man and get your gear back. There's a door on the northeast, second level. Get yourself over there. Raiden, you won't be able to hang, throw, or chokehold anyone in your current state.
Why not?
Is it really necessary to ask? It's just not a good idea to perform those maneuvers. There could be complications.
Oh, really, Jack? Do we have to spell it out for you? Really?
Censored. Not allowed.
Raiden, with nothing to protect
You're a
your
video
body,
game character.
Any attack you sustain will cause greater damage than usual. Avoid combat at all costs.
Colonel, is this?
Right. The famous mass production Metal Gear. That entire section seems to house a maintenance line for Metal Gears.
Jack.
I'm all right.
Those mass production Metal Gears are in adjustment phase. They're not a threat, but it's entirely possible that there's an operational Metal Gear somewhere ahead. Stay focused. Raiden, be on the lookout.
Those soldiers are outfitted with special gear.
Roger. Armed with what?
Probably arsenal gear equipment called Tengu. The suits use exoskeleton technology to augment human strength and improve mobility with artificial muscles. Not the kind of opponent you want to take on without your weapon or other equipment. You'll just have to move about without being seen. Understood? Raiden, temperatures in that area appear to be real low.
Yeah, just like a refrigerator.
Maybe to keep GW frozen. High temperatures are forbidden for fiber optic neural AI processors.
Don't catch a cold.
Love that little detail. Don't catch a cold in the midst of all this madness. But it's true. I caught a cold in the previous area. You can find some medicine. Go, 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 go. Here we have the mass-produced rays. The US Navy logo. We were told that the Arsenal Gear project was a Navy project.
Raiden, turn the game console off right now.
What did you say?
The mission is a failure. Cut the power right now.
What's wrong with you?
Don't worry, it's a game. It's a game just like usual.
You'll ruin your eyes playing so close to the TV.
What are you talking about?
Raiden, something happened to me last Thursday when I was driving home. I had a couple of miles to go. I looked up and saw a glowing orange object in the sky to the east. It was moving very irregularly. Suddenly, there was intense light all around me, and when I came to, I was home. What do you think happened to me?
Huh?
Fine. Forget it.
And then he calls you straight after. Again.
Even my patience has its limits. I just can't leave this thing up to you any longer. I'll do the fighting. You can just go home.
You didn't give me any time after that last call. Come on, man. Don't worry, it's a game. A game just like usual. Pretty fitting line that he has after that, telling you to turn the console off, because it is just like usual. That goes all the way back to the original Metal Gear. The Colonel telling you to turn the console off. That happens in the very first Metal Gear game. At the very end, Big Boss will call you and tell you to turn off the system. Really is the Ouroboros here. In that game, it happens, it's your real Colonel, your real commander telling you to turn the system off. You're playing as Snake, and now the same thing happens here with this digital Colonel, this digital Snake. His story about glowing orange objects, that is a callback to VR missions as well. The story he's telling you there is something that you do in a VR mission. In MGS VR missions, there are certain missions where you have to destroy UFOs. The UFOs are these orange objects. The final UFO mission, you have to fight a classic giant saucer type of thing. It's a DPS race, and if you fail the DPS race, the saucer will suck you up inside of it, and you see this bright white light take over the screen, and then you get a mission failed. So that's exactly what the Colonel is describing there. But there is nothing particularly creepy or eerie about it in MGS VR missions.
Honestly, though, you have played the game for a long time. Don't you have anything else to do with your time?
No way. Does the same thing happen in Penguin Adventure? Do they tell you to turn the game console off in Penguin Adventure? I still haven't played Penguin Adventure. That'd be funny. There's no way that happens in Penguin Adventure.
Actually, there is something I have been meaning to tell you, but I just couldn't. I think you should know, though. On Saturday morning last week, I saw a guy leaving Rosemary's room. How should I put it? It was like they were intimate. I'm sorry. Sorry to bring this up during the mission, but...
Yeah, the frogs do feel like an evolution of the Tengus. When you get to... Yeah, I knew this was going to happen. What am I going to do? And when you get to MGS4's version of Arsenal Gear, you know, Outer Haven at the end, the frogs are the special troopers that patrol that area as well. You don't fight normal guards there. The place is just covered with the Haven troopers, the frogs. But even visually, I think there are some similarities. Let's see if I can do the old trick here. This will be amazing if this works. Nice.
President Baker should be somewhere to the south of where you blasted through the wall. Hurry and save him before the terrorists discover his code.
Fool them. Whoa. You have to be really careful with the timing there.
My butt!
Infiltrate the enemy fortress, Outer Heaven. Destroy the final weapon, Metal Gear.
Start of Metal Gear 1.
Actually, I'm in really bad shape financially. I pay money to my ex-wife as part of our divorce settlement, among other bills. I just had no choice but to make you pay for lunch the other day. I'm really sorry.
That's okay, man. That's okay. Don't worry about it.
Everything all right, Jack? Jack? I was serious when I said I wanted you to propose to me.
Rose?
I was really worried. There are times when it seems like you're not really looking at me, and that if I looked away for a moment, you'll disappear. I wanted to make sure you couldn't get away. I thought that if we lived together, maybe things would change. That maybe we could change things ourselves. But that wasn't the problem. There was something deeper.
I'm sorry.
I guess it's impossible for me.
What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Jack. I love you. I really do. Please believe me. Whatever happens.
Rose?
Bye, Jack.
There's the train stations again, which you hear in almost every MGS game. I think MGS 3 is the only one of the mainline games where you don't get a reference to them. Can't go back out.
Variety level 13. Rescue Meryl, the return of Ginola.
If I take another call, it'll cancel the video, so if you want to see the full video, you shouldn't take a call.
Did you call Jack?
Rose, the Colonel is acting strange.
Oh? I haven't heard from him in a while.
What do you mean? Isn't he there?
No, I'm by myself.
You're telling me you've never met the guy either?
No, and they blindfolded me when they brought me here.
I've never seen his face.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, it's nothing. Don't worry about it.
Spooky.
I hear it's amazing when the famous purple stuffed worm in Flapjaw Space with the tuning fork does a raw blink on Harry Carey Rock. I need scissors. 61.
The distortion is so good on that. Yeah, the missing the date thing specifically, Kojima said it almost caused a disaster in his relationship with his wife. And that a lot of the arguments and things were based on his wife, previous relationships that he had. Cool here. W0043. That's the area code of this area. If you die in this area or trigger a game over in this area, you'll see that that's the vanished point code. You can also see the name of the area up above it. Ascending colon. It's kind of hard to make out, but that's what it says. We're in the ascending colon.
Your mission is to infiltrate the Fortress Galluade, rescue the hostages, and neutralize Metal Gear before its assembly is complete.
I have no idea if the scissors thing is in reference to anything. I think it's just supposed to be completely absurd. This wild, trivial information, the AI running out of control. You know, the virus is affecting GW here. It's affecting the AI. The kernel is a part of that AI. So that's what's happening here. You're getting random bits of previous Metal Gear games. Other information, just other random bits of information that was processed through the AI. Just like you're getting random internet information. A flood of information.
An anemone or clematis plant's juice can cause a rash. When pruning them, it's a good idea to wear gloves.
Love that one. Gardening advice from the Colonel. You can find anything online. The world is in the palm of your hands.
I was a North American fall webworm in my past life. Oh, those were the good old days. What were you in your former life?
The system is breaking down and now we're just in the abyss of information.
Jack, it's me.
Hi, Rose.
Jack, I owe you an apology.
If it's about that conversation just now, I'm the one who's sorry.
No, it's something else.
What is it?
That day at Federal Hall 2 years ago, it wasn't a coincidence. I was ordered to keep an eye on you.
Keep an eye on me?
Yes, by the Patriots.
You're a spy?
I suppose. Yes. It's an ugly word. Are you still there?
Was sleeping with me a part of the job?
I fell in love with you.
How could anyone?
I can't excuse what I did. I've reported every detail of your personal life to them these 2 years. What you did, said, everything.
Must have been fun.
But some things I didn't tell anyone. Like what I felt for you.
So that's why you were involved in this mission. I should have known. Why else would they toss an analyst into the mix at the last minute?
I'm sorry. I know what I did was wrong.
No matter where I go, I get used.
I reinvented myself to suit your tastes. Hairstyle, clothes, the way I moved, things I talked about. You say you love the color of my hair, my eyes. They're not even real.
You must have gone over my psych profile with a fine-tooth comb.
It was my job.
Great performance. Had me completely fooled.
What I really wanted was for you to see the real me. It hurt to play out this artificial romance. It was worse to lie to myself than to you. The more love you gave me, the more it hurt. Because I knew the person you loved was just a character.
So it was artificial on my end too. It was just a game, not the real thing.
Has anyone ever told you you have some issues?
I feel better knowing that.
What?
I was in love, or thought I was, with someone who didn't exist. I was trying to be someone I wasn't by loving what wasn't real. I don't know who you really are. the person I knew isn't real. She's not the woman I'm talking to right now. In a sense, the deception was my own, not theirs.
Jack, I thought I was acting because that was my job. But I did fall in love with you. That wasn't an act.
You expect me to believe that? It's okay. You had your reasons, right? Hey, I understand, but I have nothing left to...
Jack!
What?
I'm carrying... I'm pregnant, Jack.
Rose! What's going on?
You bastard!
Amazing how you walk around like that.
Bisexual.
Snake!
Been waiting long?
He's packing! Where's my gear?
Right over there. That's more like it. Everything you had when you were captured is still there.
Bisexual.
Sorry about earlier. I had to use you as bait to gain access to Arsenal. It worked.
Why didn't you tell me about Olga?
You never asked. Not happy about that? Get over it.
Any effects of the virus yet?
Still waiting on that.
So, it was rigged by the Patriots?
Looks like it. From what I can tell, Arsenal is headed for Manhattan. I don't know what Solidus is planning, but we'll have to deal with it one way or another. There's also a troop of production model Rays ahead.
How many units?
25, according to Olga.
25?
Yeah. Can't say I've faced that many Metal Gears before, but I think we can deal.
No way we can.
We can, because we have no other choice.
How?
I've stocked up on Stinger missiles. Oh yeah, Olga left this for you.
Why?
Olga asked me to give it to you. Besides, I'm not a big fan of blades. Move the right stick up and down to make a vertical slice, and left and right to slice parallel to the ground. Move the stick in a circle to do a rotating cut. Push it forward to lunge and strike. You can guard with your blade if you have the L1 button pressed down. You should be able to deflect a bullet or two.
All right. Why did Olga give him this? Why did she pass it down? Maybe she was under orders again to give him this blade. I'm not sure. Maybe she knows about his real history as a child soldier. I think the idea here is that Raiden is becoming more and more like his real self, identifying more with who he really is, who he really was.
Bisexual.
You know, we get that confessional scene earlier. Later on, Solidus has that line. It looks like you've remembered the way you used to fight in the old days. You know, Jack the Ripper, he used blades. So yeah, I kind of see it like him moving more towards his own self and less
bisexual.
Like, you know, he's becoming less like the player avatar and more like Jack.
Has anyone ever told you you have some issues?
Some other silly things you can do here.
Everything in that turd's path turned into shit.
And the Colonel laughs at you. Colonel is just reveling in this. Ooh, did we give him the shaver?
Teach yourself how to handle the blade. You're going to need it at some point.
Has anyone ever told you you have some
to control
issues?
the blade.
It is not the Colonel. No, DRK thought it was the Colonel, but it's not. We got the script. We confirmed it. To me, it just really doesn't sound like Solidus either. It's like it has that Colonel gargle to it. Snake has Kojima's dog tag. And yeah,
kid.
Unfortunately DRK didn't give Snake the shaver this time, so we can't show the we can't show the beard thing. If you give Snake the shaver earlier in the game, he will be clean shaven at this point in the game. He will appear here clean shaven for the rest of the game. And then if you save the game and come back a week later, his beard will have grown back. Kind of like what MGS3 does with the in-game clock with certain mechanics. MGS2 also fucks around a bit with that kind of thing. Snake's beard will actually grow back if you save here and come back a week later. It is broken on the HD version, but not entirely. You can still see it. It's just you can only see it on the codec screen. Isn't that it? He'll be clean shaven on the codec screen, but he won't be in game. So I guess DRK just decided to abandon the thing altogether. So you can't do it properly. Although Snake gets a slightly bigger health bar. Kojima said it was very important as well that Snake have a more perfectly rounded ass than Otacon. Than Raiden, I mean. Look at his juicy ass there compared to Raiden's flat ass. He even gets a little corset and everything. Very erotic. You're so cool, Snake. Let me kill him one more time. Is there anything else I want to do here? I think I'm good. I think we can continue. Take a picture of Snake? I don't unless you know that he has a reaction to a picture. Otherwise, I don't think it's worth it. I don't think he has any unique reactions to taking pictures, does he? Fuck it, let's do it anyway. W0043. I didn't actually check to see if that was the code. I'm pretty sure it is, though. Let me kill Snake one more time. Vanish point W43A. Yeah, it still has to be a reference to it. Has to be the code. Does Raiden have any reactions to pictures? Raiden, what do you mean? Like Snake does on the tanker? No. There are certain Easter eggs related to the camera, though, with Jennifer. In the hostage room, you can take pictures of Jennifer and get codec calls about them. But yeah, most of the stuff with the camera is with Snake.
Come on, time to go. If you run out of ammo, you can have mine.
You got enough?
Absolutely. Infinite ammo.
Wait up, Snake.
What?
Snake, have you ever enjoyed killing someone?
What are you talking about?
I'm not sure. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between reality and a game.
Diminished sense of reality, huh? VR training will do that.
No, it was field training when I was a kid. I lied, Snake. I have more field experience than I can remember. It's not VR that's doing this to me.
Raiden, we don't carry guns to take people down. We're not here to help some politician either.
You can say that because you're a legend, a hero. I'm Jack the Ripper, a dirty reminder of a terrible mistake.
Legends don't mean a whole lot. I was just a name to exploit, just like you.
People will remember only the good part, the right part of what you did.
There's no right part in murder, not ever. And we're not in this to make a name for ourselves.
Then what are you and Otacon fighting for?
A future. You can stop being part of a mistake, starting now.
What am I? What am I supposed to do?
Find something to believe in, and find it for yourself. And when you do, pass it on to the future.
Believe in what?
That's your problem. Come on.
Snake, Raiden.
Otacon, you all right?
Yeah, so are all the hostages.
That's good news.
How's everything on your end?
All right for now, but there is something.
What?
The Colonel's last transmission was strange.
Strange? How?
Just strange. No idea.
Interference?
I don't know.
Where is this Colonel?
I don't know. I've never met the man, actually.
I'll dig around.
Thanks. I owe you one.
If there's anything else, call me on the codec. I might be able to help. The frequency is 141.12.
Here we go. Thankfully, we're on extreme, so we can have a bit of fun with this. Snake will keep you stocked up a bit here, too.
Variety level 7. Shoot down the space invaders. Training will have to be postponed if we are invaded by UFOs.
Use this.
You have two ways of deflecting bullets with Raiden. Oh my god!
Raiden, respond.
That isn't how you deflect bullets.
Raiden!
I wasn't looking at what I was doing. I was thinking about what I was saying. Hold on. I'll explain it again. Ah, I didn't knock them over. Fuck. I'm gonna die again.
Right, catch.
Thank you. You can hold L1 and guard like this. Or you can just slice like that. If you just attack, that will also dodge the bullets. Did I use all my rations? I don't believe it. I thought I had 2 of them. Okay.
Raiden, come in. Raiden.
It's kind of hard to talk and do this sequence at the same time. But oftentimes the attacking methods to block bullets is the best option, because then you get to slowly approach the enemy at the same time. Cut through their bullets and get them with the sword in one motion. I didn't mean to take out the sword.
Oh shit!
Well, that was a mess. Oh my god, fuck it, just take it out. I kind of want to start this again. Let me do this properly. What?
Raiden, are you all right? Raiden?
Okay, for real this time. Oh, the little kick. No Tengu skips in story runs. Oof.
Variety level 7. Shoot down the space and no sense. Snake, there's a fork in the conveyor belt. The machine is automatically sorting cargo according to some system. Take a good look at the device.
Oh, the auto-targeting here can be really awkward. And facing this guy in the game just turns me around. Hey, damn, that was quick.
I can't believe it. That someone who has committed all those twisted acts in the woman's bathroom would make it this far. Oh, this is the end of the world.
It's one of my favorite ones. That's fairly well hidden as well, because you only get that call if you've done all those twisted calls in the woman's bathroom, if you've committed all those twisted acts. All that stuff is optional. And this call is also optional. So yeah, you have to do all those other calls to unlock this one.
Big boss here. Enter the track on the bridge to the right. Over.
Raiden, about this colonel of yours. I found out where he is.
Where?
Inside Arsenal.
What?
I've checked out all the possibilities, but I keep coming back to Arsenal. It isn't a relay point, it's the origin of the signal. And the encryption protocol it uses is exactly the same as that of Arsenal's AI, the so-called GW.
What the hell does this mean?
I think it means you've been talking to an AI.
That's impossible.
The kernel probably isn't GW per se. GW was most likely stimulating cortical activity in the dormant part of your brain through signal manipulation of your own nanomachines. The kernel is, in part, your own creation, cobbled together from expectations and experience.
That's crazy!
But it's probably the truth. The virus may be starting to affect GW, which would explain the kernel's behavior.
It was all an illusion? Everything I've done so far?
Raiden.
Snake, what's happening around here?
I don't know. What I do know is that you're standing right here in front of me. Not an illusion. Flesh and blood.
Huh?
It's your call. You can drop this if you want.
No, I can't do that. Let's go.
Raiden, they've got Rose.
What?
Rose is being held in the holds.
It's a trap.
Help!
Rose!
Raiden, get a grip.
But Snake...
It's a trap. Since the Colonel doesn't exist, there's no way he can take Rose hostage.
Yeah, you're right.
I am right.
Okay. Does Rose exist?
Don't be weird. She's your...
What if I've never really met her?
What?
If the Colonel is something that I partly dreamt up, then everything I remember about her could be...
Don't jump to conclusions.
You and Otacon are the ones that say the Colonel never existed.
Raiden!
Is this what Olga was talking about?
Are you real, Snake? It's suspicious. As someone was asking if there are any other calls like that bathroom call, you know, how that doing all that stuff unlocks an extra call here with the Colonel. I think the call that he has a call where he says, "You seem to get a real thrill out of slaughtering the enemy. Are you frustrated about something?" And I think that call is dependent on your kill count. I think you actually do have to have a high kill count to get that one. I think he should have a call. This is something I remember Bad Humans was testing a while back because he saw it was written in the script, but I think it might actually be a cut call that was in the script but didn't make it to the game. And it was, if you don't do any optional calls, I think he was supposed to have a call here that commented on that. Like, "Oh, you never call me," type thing. But I don't think that's in the game. Love the design of this room here. Looks like some kind of elevator, like it could be moved up here. That's the ladder we climb after this sequence to get up to the rectum of Arsenal Gear, where it looks like we kind of climb through a hologram and onto a solid surface. W45A EV. Elevator? EV? Caution, always grab onto rail while stepping down. Do not step close to borders, risk of severe injury. Watch out for red alarm indicating excessive weight on platform. Inspected and proved by experts. Caution, do not stand too close to center. Mysterious rooms up there that we never go through. That's actually where the Tengus spawn from during the next fight sequence. Here we go.
Weapon mode SOCOM level 1. Destroy all targets to reach the goal.
Number of targets, 3.
This is always his first call here, every time. Number of targets, 3. Oh, Snake!
Don't push yourself.
I say again, your duty is to infiltrate Zanzibar lab and seize Kill Mark, an abducted Czechoslovakian biologist.
You all right?
Oh, I'm gonna get... Oh, nice. I love the missing sound during those sequences where the music cuts out just like a game over. Pity there are no Czech calls. Yeah, that would have been a great detail. He starts quoting Marv and speaking Czech.
Snake, they've input both detonation codes. The only way to stop the launch now is to use the card key to re-input the codes.
You can't open the codec during the mission failed. No, efficient mailed. Wait, you can! You can! Oh, it's a shame it doesn't appear in a little window instead. And everything else just freezes around you. I guess I just never do that.
That reminds me. I saw Gubiyama the other day in Shibonigi. He said he'd give you his best. Snake, take the power plant out. Set C4 explosives on 4 key points to destroy the structure. Snake, destroy the power plant's main turbine. It's located in the B1 floor of the plant. Break into the B1 floor. Biden? I'm eating right now. Get back to me later.
You don't always get the same portraits during this sequence. Like the way he was Skullface Colonel there with that low angle camera. All of that stuff is random, the kind of shots that you get, whether he's Skull Colonel or not.
Communicator Entertainment Program, Idea Spy 2.5, Episode 1. New York. Here in the city where dreams come true and desires rule, something is being bought, sold, and thrown away, even as we speak. But behind the scenes of business as usual, the nefarious J.E. Corporation lines its already bloated coffers with profits from worthless products. As J.E. swindles yet another innocent into purchasing high-priced junk, the FBI mobilizes a top-secret task force to put a stop to the menace. Now, the city's best-kept secret spy is out there, briefed and ready to protect the people from J.E., the catalog of conspiracy. Just call him 2.5.
2.5. Sounds like a good story. That's calling back to Ghost Babel and Snatcher.
Push yourself.
No.
You got a PSG-1? You can use that against Sniper Wolf. Hurry up and save Merrill.
You make no sense.
Snake, like Shakespeare said, naught's had, all spent, where our desire is got without content. Basically, it means that your desire can get you into trouble if you're not careful. That goes for items, too. Don't get too greedy, or you might be sorry. Be careful, Snake.
That's exactly it.
No! 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 I might die. I might die. Don't kill Snake! Don't kill Snake! I should have equipped the coolant. No! It's almost over. We can't fail now. Okay.
Fortune.
It's been a long wait, Solid Snake. The root of all my sorrows.
What?
2 years ago, you killed my father. That was the beginning of hell for us. Everyone I love has been taken from me one by one, and no matter how hard I try, I can't follow them. An endless nightmare. The only thing we live for is to see it end. Our wait is almost over.
You can't be serious about firing the nuke.
Since no one can kill me, I may as well kill everyone I can. Start
Looks like I'm today's pick. You go on ahead. You want eternal rest? I've got it right here.
What are you gonna do? Bullets can't get near her.
I'll think of something. There's no such thing as a witch.
You think you can kill me?
I don't know what your group's been through, but let's get one thing clear. I didn't kill your father.
Do you think anyone believes your lies?
Raiden, get out of here!
Jack, I've been watching how you fight. It looks like you've remembered the way you used to kill in the old days. Or is it one of the S3 plan's proud achievements?
What are you talking about?
It came as a complete surprise when Ocelot discovered the S3 data from GW. Not a bad idea, though. Using fire to fight fire, creating the perfect assassin to retire Solid Snake's brother. S3 stands for Solid Snake Simulation. It's a development program to artificially reproduce Solid Snake, the perfect warrior. The result is a Foxhound Commando. When Foxhound no longer exists, a simulated Solid Snake shaped by VR regimen. Sound like someone you know, Jack? I'm sorry to see you reduced to one of the Patriots' puppets. But I've made use of you, and their plan too. Solid Snake's sudden appearance, your arrival, it was obvious the Patriots were among my ranks. I had to smoke out the agent before the mission entered the final phase. You came in handy, as bait. Jack, those days during the Civil War were as real as they come. Every day was absolute, split between life and death. You ran from it, and now you've been led back to war by something less than real. No more games, Jack. At least you know. There's no reason to keep you alive now. I've given you a worthy opponent, at least. But now, you should die as the little Jackie boy I once knew.
Here we go. Let's do it. Dwarven, I don't think I thanked you for your donation earlier. I hope you're still there in the chat. Thank you very much. Jampadi with the 24. Curly Fro. Everyone, cheers. Hey, Dwarven, you are there. All right, let's do it. I love all the rays lined up in the background. Silhouetted. Let's do it. 20 rays. There are more than 20. There's 25, but we only have to kill 20. Only. Da-da-da-da. At the start, it's easy. You can just go around in a circle like this. But now, they get angry. Nice. I should have got a second one in a row there. If you want to be a real master of this fight, you need to take advantage of all the times where they open their mouths by themselves. You know how the go-to strategy is shoot them in the leg, that gets them to open their mouth, and then shoot them in the mouth to get big damage. There is another way of doing it, because sometimes they will just open their mouths on their own. And you can kind of predict when they do that in certain situations. Like whenever a new Ray jumps in from the outside, whenever a new Ray gets called in from the background, the first thing they will do is open their mouth. So you can always get a free shot there. And there are kind of other patterns you can recognize as well, but it's really hard to do it consistently. We can get some more Colonel calls here as well.
Lolly Lule Low. Lolly Lule Low. Lolly Lule Low. Makes sense.
Yeah. There we go. There's a freebie.
Please leave a message after the beep.
Beep. Hey, business. Woo!
Mind the gap. Snake. Remember what de Gaulle said. The graveyards are full of indispensable men. Snake, you're all alone and surrounded by bad guys. Try to be careful and avoid getting into a fight whenever you can.
The long pauses there are so good. Is that Mei Ling? Yeah, that's Mei Ling in MGS VR missions in the photography arena. And this platform that we're standing on right now is almost an exact replica of the VR missions photography platform. This whole area is kind of mysterious. The whole area, I think, is supposed to come across as very unreal. It's hard to know where we are, even how we got here. You know, we climb up that ladder in the previous level, and then it looks like we kind of climb
Has
through
anyone ever told you you have some issues?
these holographic layers underneath the platform, and then up onto the platform itself. And if you look down, I was trying to show this during Solidus' speech, but if you look down below the platform, it kind of looks like you can see the ladder that you climbed up, except the ladder looks completely holographic. It's very strange. It's all supposed to be very unreal. Solidus just sliding in out of nowhere. Otacon actually has some interesting calls here.
Right, aim for Ray's head section with the Stinger missiles.
Most of his calls are just tutorials, advice for how to beat, for how to take down the Rays.
The mass production.
But if you go through all of his tutorials, he will actually give you some lore stuff, some information on the Rays.
You.
Takes a while to get to it, though. Kahera's
Ray's missile
with the 98. Thank you.
Mass production Ray models were designed. Raiden, watch. Ray shoots a... Metal Gear Ray was originally designed by the Marines as a countermeasure against other Metal Gear variations. But the mass-produced model is only based on the Marines' design. It's been redesigned to guard Arsenal gear. Now it protects another Metal Gear. I heard all this from Emma. It seems that the mass production model Metal Gear Rays have cooperative engagement capability, with GW as the primary control system. Several Rays can connect with Arsenal gear and mutually exchange data. Within this unified domain, all Rays can cooperatively manage threats through notification, pursuit, and interception, all in a lifelike manner. All for one and one for all. There's no weak spot. When protected by a pack of Rays, Arsenal gear can move without cruisers or destroyers as escorts.
Cool.
The engine system of Metal Gear Ray appears to be outfitted with artificial muscle tissue. The artificial muscle consists of actuators that resemble human muscle tissue. It's made of a macromolecular fiber that conducts electricity. This system is different from ordinary engines based on mechanical activators and oil pressure. It's capable of many different kinds of movement using a single kind of engine. In other words, it's capable of performing a complex series of motions smoothly and effortlessly. Ray's movements are both quick and precise. Be careful. Ray's armor is made of a state-of-the-art ceramic titanium alloy. A network of simple sensor arrays stretches around the body, including conductive nanotubes that connect the surface and the interior of the armor. When the condition of the armor changes, self-diagnostic systems located throughout the armor detect and respond to this change, like a network of autonomic reflex nerves. This acts as a damage control response system, performing functions such as shutting down a damaged section or rerouting signals through auxiliary circuits. At the same time, any holes and tears in the armor are repaired to some degree by a kind of nanopaste that's secreted automatically from valves near the damaged area.
Damn.
This nanopaste almost makes Ray seem like it's bleeding. You probably won't be able to pierce Ray's armor with the weapons you're carrying. You'll have to aim for the head, where the armor is relatively thin. Aim for the head using Stinger missiles.
Nanopaste, you say? Those are Raiden's healing items in Metal Gear Rising. All right, Otacon. That's it's a pretty fancy system.
Use the sword to deflect Ray's machine gun fire.
I always forget that you can do that. I need to do that more often just to show off. Completely pointless. But pretty cool that you can do that. I'm gonna die. Yeah, it works. Hold on, let me try it another way. Fuck! Oh, if I hold L1, it doesn't seem to work, really. Okay. I'm not fucking around. I'm gonna kill myself doing this. Oh God. Now, we're not even halfway through this. Ba-da-da-da.
You wouldn't be trying to give yourself a bogus score using some ingenious trick, would you? That's just about as low as anyone could possibly stoop. I can't believe you sometimes.
That's another one of my favorites. I'm not cheating, though. Don't believe him. There are no cheats going on here. Oh my God. Nice. Okay, we're a little over the halfway point.
You wouldn't be trying to give yourself a bogus score.
Get real.
Is that it?
Mind the gap.
Okay, I guess we're done. Oh my god. I'm being very messy here. Jesus. Woo! Okay, 5 left. Oh man. Woo!
Decided to show
Oh, don't do this! They'll know!
I'll hold them off. Give you time to get away.
What about you? This is suicide!
Your nanomachines, they're transmitting your vital signs to the Patriots. If you die, my child dies. You understand?
The child.
I see. So that's why you sold your troops out to me. So many dead, and they all died trusting you! Weren't they your comrades?
No, not just comrades. Family! I know I'm going to hell, but at least my child.
I applaud your attitude. If you have a death wish, I'll be happy to accommodate you. See you in hell!
You have to.
Olga!
Oh shit!
Enjoy the show, Jack. Let's pick up where we left off. What's going on? What's wrong with it?
AI, GW, it's out of control.
What?
I'm reading an abnormal impulse cascade throughout the neural network. I can't shut it down.
What happened?
Maybe some kind of virus.
The Patriots?
I don't know.
Ocelot, what have you been up to?
It's too late. Arsenal's system control is going haywire. It's on an emergency ascent course.
Stupid machines! Damn the Patriots! You still have some use.
I've captured Snake.
Snake?
Bring him in.
What the hell are you doing here, bad humans? Why are we kicking Peroni? Is there even a user named Peroni in the chat? Hal Jordan with the 45. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hold on. Let me just see if I need to thank anyone else here before we move on. Meladath with the 123 as well. Thank you for that. Kaharas, I think I already thanked you. Afro Nuzzle. Everyone. Cheers. Cheers. It's probably my favorite action scene in the series. Solidus fucking up the Rays. It's really cool as well. The the MGS1 parallels. You have Olga jumping down and interfering after the raise, which mirrors, you know, the midsection of the Rex fight in MGS1 where Gray Fox jumps down. Kind of cool as well when you see Fox for that last time. He's uncovered for the first time. You know, you can see his face. I wonder if that's kind of what they're doing there with Olga, how she appears taking on the ninja role again, but this time she's not wearing her suit. Unlike Gray Fox, Olga was not a real cyborg as well. She was able to take off her whole thing because it was just a costume. It was a suit. Gray Fox was the real deal. You know, he was a real cyborg. So he wasn't able to completely remove his outfit. He was fused with it. And then Solidus brutally takes down Olga, brutally kills Olga, and then it feels like he kind of picks up the mantle. He becomes Gray Fox, and he goes and fucks up all those rays, just like Gray Fox fucked up Metal Gear Rex. Well, yeah, really cool scene. Let's save here.
Are you awake yet, Jack? GW, the Arsenal AI is corrupted beyond repair. I admit that I underestimated you. I'll squeeze the answers out of you instead, my son.
Oh, am I ready for this? I don't know if I am. If you look at Snake, it'll deplete more slowly. Oh, God.
What do you hope to hear? You know he doesn't know anything.
It's not him I want the answers from.
What do you mean?
That's not your business.
Oh, really? It so happens I have some business of my own to attend to.
Planning to hijack Arsenal?
Huh?
You were going to screw me over, weren't you?
Who talked? Ocelot?
Not exactly. I was the one who used Ocelot to suggest the idea to you in the first place.
What?
I was planning to give you Arsenal to begin with.
Why the uncharacteristic generosity?
I'm no philanthropist. Arsenal is far from impregnable. It needs other Metal Gears as guards, a huge payload of warheads, and full air, sea, and land support to function efficiently. Against a large attack force without support, Arsenal is nothing more than a gigantic coffin. Seizing Arsenal gear was never the real objective.
What was your objective then?
A list of names of the Patriots! They were planning to extend their control to digital information flow with GW and Arsenal. That means the information they want to filter out is contained in GW, including that list of the highest 12 members of the Patriots Wiseman's Committee.
And once you knew who they were, you would cross out their names one by one, while we, with our useless arsenal, drew their fire.
Very good.
You were using us all along.
Were you any different?
But your plans hit a snag with GW destroyed, hasn't it?
No, there is another way.
Really? But we have our own plans to carry out. We'll take the arsenal since you don't care for it anyway. The purified hydrogen bomb is ready to go.
A nuclear strike won't stop them.
It will damage their power source. The mindless masses that they control. First things first.
Of course. That was what you wanted. I won't stop you. Good luck.
Thanks, but I have quite enough of that. What exactly do you find so funny?
Charades usually are humorous. I wouldn't have minded watching some more of it, but we're running a little short on time.
What are you talking about?
Everything you've done here has been scripted. A little exercise set up by us.
Exercise?
The S3 plan was conceived as a means to produce soldiers on par with Solid Snake. That's what I told you. But the VR training the boy was put through is not the meat of the project. You think this little terrorist incident is your own doing, Solidus? This is the S3 training kernel. An orchestrated recreation of Shadow Moses.
What?
Ames and the President's deaths. The ninja.
My butt!
The computer virus that mimics Foxdie. Did you really think they were all a coincidence? Ames' own nanomachines were used to shut down his pacemaker. I arranged for the appearance of the ninja as well. As for the President, although Johnson realized what was going on, he played out his allotted part. As for the computer virus, it's a digital counterpart of Foxdie. It was also designed to eliminate every scrap of information regarding the Patriots from GW. Your plan was invalidated even before execution, Solidus. Fat Man was a different story. He's one of our own people, a sort of examiner we hired to test the boy's progress before letting him tackle the exercise proper. We had to arrange for Stillman's presence to coax the maniac into agreeing. If the boy had allowed the big shell to be destroyed, this exercise would have ended there. The project has no room for failures.
What do you mean?
Given the right situation, the right story, anyone can be shaped into Snake. Even rookies can fight like men of experience. An instant creation of genius. And this training kernel will provide more than enough data to formulate such a program. You, Dead Cell, Olga, you're all nothing but pawns placed to create the perfect simulation. Solidus, you and the boy were selected because your relationship resembles the one between Snake and Big Boss. Fortune, you and the rest of Dead Cell stand in for the Foxhound squad that Snake took on in Shadow Moses. You're the most impressive collection of freaks outside of Foxhound. We've gone to a lot of trouble to set you up against the boy. That story about purified hydrogen bombs is just the tip of the iceberg. The project was already underway when I sunk that tanker, along with your old man 2 years ago. Throwing your husband in the brig was a part of it too. You were told that the eradication of Dead Cell 6 months ago was an act of the Patriots. We provoked and encouraged your hatred. And you opted for vengeance, just as we planned.
All orchestrated?
Except for the appearance of the real Solid Snake. I wonder now who sent for you.
All our misfortune was just a part of their project? How could...
You're no Lady Luck. You have nothing that we didn't give you.
What?
Do you know why no bullet could hit you? It wasn't magic, or some new age mumbo-jumbo. Certainly wasn't your psychic talents. It was all staged by the Patriots.
Staged?
You were being shielded by the electromagnetic weapons technology that the Patriots developed. Your dead cell comrades loved your father and husband. We needed a pathetic wretch like you to keep them focused. You've been our puppet all along, just like Olga.
No!
You were hamming it up as the tragic heroine, thanks to the script that the Patriots wrote for you. Pure self-indulgence, absorbed in your own misfortune. You couldn't get enough of the drama.
I could have died whenever I wanted to.
Thought I got her in the heart.
It missed.
Now I remember. Your heart's on the right. Waste of metal, my dear, but your luck's run out. This is the little gizmo. There's no such thing as miracles or the supernatural, only cutting-edge technology.
Bastard.
Now that I have enough data, all I have to do is retrieve Arsenal and clean up the refuse from the exercise.
Just try.
How's this then? Damn.
Fortune!
You idiot! Get the hell away from there!
I told you, your luck's run out. Take your reward. It's all the payload Ray has. Die!
Everybody down!
What the? Impossible!
She is Lady Luck.
My name is Helena Dolph Jackson, the daughter of a proud and noble soldier. I can see my family again.
Damn! Try this instead. No! No! No, not now!
Brothers! Liquid!
I've been waiting for this!
It can't be.
I've been inside this arm all along, waiting for the right time to awaken.
You were inside Ocelot?
Yes, a sleeper in the arm of a Patriot spy.
It was you 2 years ago?
Exactly. I was controlling him. Snake, it was I that leaked information about Arsenal to your partner and got you out here.
What?
You're the only one that can free me. After all... I'm off to bury the Patriots for good.
You know where they are? How?
Why do you think I chose Ocelot as my host? But before I go, I have a family matter to settle with both of you. There's room for only one Snake and one big boss. Time to say goodbye!
Damn!
Like surfing, it's a good way to go.
Liquid! Stop this thing!
Hey, Snake! You coming?
laughing at?
Do you know what day it is today?
April 30th?
That's right. George Washington took office as the first president of the United States of America 200 years ago today. And it happened right here. We were going to declare another independence, the dawn of a new nation, here. The end of the Patriots' secret rule, liberation of this country. This was where it was supposed to begin. This is where freedom could have been born.
All you want is power at any cost.
Jack, it's not power I want. What I wanted to take back from the Patriots are things like freedom, civil rights, opportunities. The founding principles of this country. Everything that's about to be wiped out by their digital censorship. Jack, listen to me. We're all born with an expiration date. No one lasts forever. Life is nothing but a grace period for turning the best of our genetic material into the next generation. The data of life is transferred from parent to child. That's how it works. But we have no heirs, no legacy. We brothers are called les enfants terribles. Cloned from our father, with the ability to reproduce conveniently engineered out. What is our legacy if we cannot pass the torch? Proof of our existence, a mark of some sort. When the torch is passed on from parent to child, it extends beyond DNA. Information is imparted as well. All I want is to be remembered by other people, by history. The Patriots are trying to protect their power, their own interests, by controlling the digital flow of information. I want my memory, my existence to remain. Unlike an intron of history, I will be remembered as an exon. That will be my legacy, my mark in history. But the Patriots would deny us even that. I will triumph over the Patriots and liberate us all, and we will become the Sons of Liberty!
Raiden, are you receiving? We're still here.
How's that possible? The AI was destroyed.
Only GW.
Who are you?
To begin with, we're not what you'd call human. Over the past 200 years, a kind of consciousness formed layer by layer in the crucible of the White House. It's not unlike the way life started in the oceans 4 billion years ago. The White House was our primordial soup, a base of evolution. We are formless. We are the very discipline and morality that Americans invoke so often. How can anyone hope to eliminate us? As long as this nation exists, so will we.
Cut the crap! If you're immortal, why would you take away individual freedoms and censor the net?
Jack, don't be silly.
Don't you know that our plans have your interests, not ours, in mind?
What?
Jack, listen carefully, like a good boy.
The mapping of the human genome was completed early this century. As a result, the evolutionary log of the human race lay open to us.
We started with genetic engineering, and in the end, we succeeded in digitizing life itself.
But there are things not covered by genetic information.
What do you mean?
Human memories, ideas, culture, history.
Genes don't contain any record of human history.
Is it something that should not be passed on? Should that information be left at the mercy of nature?
We've always kept records of our lives, through words, pictures, symbols, from tablets to books.
But not all the information was inherited by later generations. A small percentage of the whole was selected and processed, then passed on. Not unlike genes, really.
That's what history is, Jack.
But in the current digitized world, trivial information is accumulating every second, preserved in all its triteness, never fading, always accessible.
Rumors about petty issues, misinterpretations, slander.
All of this junk data, preserved in an unfiltered state, growing at an alarming rate.
It will only slow down social progress, reduce the rate of evolution.
Right. You seem to think that our plan is one of censorship.
Are you telling me it's not?
You're being silly. What we propose to do is not to control content, but to create context.
Create context?
The digital society furthers human flaws and selectively rewards development of convenient half-truths. Just look at the strange juxtapositions of morality around you.
Billions spent on new weapons in order to humanely murder other humans.
Rights of criminals are given more respect than the privacy of their victims.
Although there are people suffering in poverty, huge donations are made to protect endangered species. Everyone grows up being told the same thing.
Be nice to other people.
But beat out the competition.
You're special. Believe in yourself and you will succeed.
But it's obvious from the start that only a few can succeed.
You exercise your right to freedom, and this is the result. All rhetoric to avoid conflict and protect each other from hurt. The untested truths, spun by different interests, continue to churn and accumulate in the sandbox of political correctness and value systems.
Everyone withdraws into their own small gated community, afraid of a larger forum. They stay inside their little ponds, leaking whatever truth suits them into the growing cesspool of society at large.
The different cardinal truths neither clash nor mesh. No one is invalidated, but nobody is right.
Not even natural selection can take place here. The world is being engulfed in truth.
And this is the way the world ends. Not with a bang, but a whimper.
We're trying to stop that from happening.
It's our responsibility as rulers. Just as in genetics, unnecessary information and memory must be filtered out to stimulate the evolution of the species.
And you think you're qualified to decide what's necessary and not?
Absolutely. Who else could wade through the sea of garbage you people produce, retrieve valuable truths, and even interpret their meaning for later generations?
That's what it means to create context.
I'll decide for myself what to believe and what to pass on.
But is that even your own idea?
Or something Snake told you?
That's the proof of your incompetence right there. You lack the qualifications to exercise free will.
That's not true. I have the right.
Does something like a self exist inside of you?
That which you call self serves as nothing more than a mask to cover your own being.
In this era of ready-made truths, self is just something used to preserve those positive emotions that you occasionally feel.
Another possibility is that self is a concept you conveniently borrowed under the logic that it would endow you with some sense of strength.
That's crap!
Is it? Would you prefer that someone else tell you? All right then. Explain it to him.
Jack, you're simply the best. And you got there all by yourself.
Oh, what happened? Do you feel lost? Why not try a bit of soul-searching?
Don't think you'll find anything, though.
Ironic that although self is something that you yourself fashioned, every time something goes wrong, you turn around and place the blame on something else.
It's not my fault. It's not your fault.
In denial, you simply resort to looking for another, more convenient truth in order to make yourself feel better.
Leaving behind in an instant the so-called truth you once embraced.
Should someone like that be able to decide what is truth?
Should someone like you even have the right to decide?
You've done nothing but abuse your freedom.
You don't deserve to be free.
We're not the ones smothering the world. You are.
The individual is supposed to be weak, but far from powerless. A single person has the potential to ruin the world.
And the age of digitized communication has given even more power to the individual. Too much power for an immature species.
Building a legacy involves figuring out what is wanted and what needs to be done for that goal. All this you used to struggle with. Now, we think for you.
We are your guardians, after all.
You want to control human thought? Human behavior?
Of course. Anything can be quantified nowadays. That's what this exercise was designed to prove.
You fell in love with me just as you were meant to, after all. Isn't that right, Jack?
Ocelot was not told the whole truth, to say the least.
We rule an entire nation. Of what interest would a single soldier, no matter how able, be to us?
The S3 plan does not stand for solid snake simulation. What it does stand for is selection for societal sanity. The S3 is a system for controlling human will and consciousness. S3 is not you, a soldier trained in the image of Solid Snake. It is a method, a protocol that created a circumstance that made you what you are.
So you see, we're the S3, not you.
What you experienced was the final test of its effectiveness.
That's crazy.
You heard what President Johnson said.
The Arsenal's GW system is the key to their supremacy.
The objective of this exercise was to establish such a method. We used Shadow Moses as a paradigm for the exercise.
I wonder if you would have preferred a fantasy setting.
We chose that backdrop because of its extreme circumstances. It was an optimal test for S3's crisis management capacity. If the model could trigger, control, and solve this, it would be ready for any contingency. And now, we have our proof. Raiden, there are also reasons behind your selection. Solidus raised plenty of other child soldiers. Do you know why we chose you over them? It was because you were the only one who refused to acknowledge the past. All the others remember what they were and pay for it daily.
But you turn your back on everything you don't like. You do whatever you like, see only the things you like, and for yourself alone.
Yes, Rose can attest to that.
You refused to see me for what I was. I lied to you, but I wanted to be caught. You pretended to be understanding, to be a gentleman. You never made a conscious attempt to reach out to me. The only time you did was when I gave you no choice but to do so.
I was just trying not to...
What? Trying not to hurt me? Dear, the one you were trying not to hurt was yourself. Avoiding the truth under the guise of kindness is all that you did. It occurred to you to do nothing but look out for yourself. Even if you claim that it was for my sake, that feeling was nowhere to be seen. In the end, everything was for your sake. I was never part of the picture.
Exactly right. So you see, you're a perfect representative of the masses we need to protect. This is why we chose you. You accepted the fiction we've provided, obeyed our orders, and did everything you were told to. The exercise is a resounding success.
Didn't I tell you that GW was still incomplete? But not anymore, thanks to you.
Your persona, experiences, triumphs, and defeats are nothing but byproducts. The real objective was ensuring that we could generate and manipulate them. It's taken a lot of time and money, but it was well worth it considering the results. I think that's enough talk. It's time for the final exercise. Raiden, take Solidus down.
Think again. I'm through doing what I'm told.
Oh, really? Aren't you forgetting something?
If you die, my child dies.
The termination of vital signals from your nanomachines means the death of Olga's child. Not to mention the death of Rose. She's wired the same way.
Rose, does she actually exist?
Of course I do, Jack. You have to believe me.
Damn!
It will be a fight to the death.
Solidus at least wants you dead.
We will collect the necessary data from this last fight. Then we'll consider the exercise closed. So, Jack the Ripper, will it be Solidus, the Patriot's creation, or you, Solidus's creation? Our beloved monsters, enjoy yourselves.
Jack, my son. My clone brothers and I are called monsters, replicates of evil genes. You are one of a kind, but still a monster, shaped by a dark and secret history. We need to decide which monstrosity will have the privilege of survival. By the way, Jack, I was the one who killed your parents. I claimed you for my own and raised you as a soldier in the army of the devil. I am your foster father and your worst enemy.
Why?
Because I needed to know whether we were really someone else's creation. We're repeating history, Jack. Liquid and Solid hunted down Big Boss, trying to sever the tie that bound them to him. Unless you kill me and face your past, Jack, you will never escape. You'll stay in the endless loop. Your own double helix. It's time we were both free. I have other reasons for wanting you dead. The clues to the Patriots inside GW have been erased, but there are other traces. Inside you.
What?
The information is being carried by the nanomachines in your cerebral cortex, and throughout the neural network they've formed. Brace yourself.
Sorry, I was muted. I was just finishing off my meal there. It's a good moment in the marathon to eat. And maybe have a shower, maybe have a shave, brush your teeth. Hold on 1 second. I was just finishing up here. All right, let's do it. No. What are you doing? Yeah, sign me up to the Patriot system.
Is that the best you can do?
Let me out of this toxic sea. Who else could wade through the sea of garbage you people produce? I don't know if I can anymore. We'll be fine. Maybe we'll adapt. Maybe it'll just take like 30 years or something, and then we'll have fully integrated. There are some cool things with this fight. You know how Solidus is missing his eye? Missing his left eye. He is actually blind from that side during the fight. You can take advantage of it. He's much better to approach from that side. It actually allows you to... Oh! Whoop! Allows you to kind of stun lock him here. See, he'll block from that side. And then you can... Oh! Usually you can run around to his other side and get him there. Yeah, that's one of the speedrun strats.
Jack, are you okay? How's your murdering going? Be strong. Whatever happens, don't forget that my life's at stake too. Try to do something for me for a change.
Wannabeck with the 116 as well, thank you. Am I up to date on everyone else? Hal, I think I am. I love these final calls with Rose. It's the culmination.
Right. Take Solidus down. Think about Olga's child and your Rosemary. You must win.
Cool thing you can do, chop down his missiles. Missiles.
Take this! Let's go!
Ah, fuck. What's the matter? Can you not see me over on that side? Oh, bitch.
Good work, Jack. But this is where it gets interesting.
Right. You have to beat Solidus. This is your last duty.
We're not just pawns in some simulation game, you know.
Yes, you are. You're nothing but mere weapons. No different from fighter jets or tanks.
What the?
The old model destroyed 4 years ago was Rex.
The new amphibious model is Ray.
Both of these are the same as the code names used by the U.S. Armed Forces to refer to Japanese warplanes during World War II.
Your code name, Raiden, too, comes from the Japanese Navy's name for one of its interceptors.
Stop it. I'm not a weapon.
Oh, really? Do you know the code name the U.S. Armed Forces used for the Japanese fighter Raiden?
It was Jack. Both of you are just weapons to be used and thrown away.
Just weapons to be used on the battlefield. Just pawns in a game, exactly as you say.
And a weapon has no right to think for itself. Now, it's time to fulfill your purpose. Defeat Solidus.
Yes, sir. Time to do what I'm told.
What? You want to save? Honestly, you only rely on people when it's convenient for you. Okay, get back to your murdering. You're doing this to save me, right? Don't deny it. I've done so much for you, haven't I? See ya.
Oh my God!
Right. Take Solidus down. Think about Olga's child and your Rosemary. You must win.
What's wrong with you? Let's go over here. Let's go over here.
Oh my God. Ooh.
Over here.
Whoa! Wow, I didn't even know you could do that.
Have a Cuervo.
everything in that turd's path turned into shit.
Who am I, really? No one quite knows who or what they are. The memories you have and the role you were assigned are burdens you had to carry. It doesn't matter if they were real or not. That's never the point.
All because Otacon gave him a placebo on the tanker.
There's no such thing in the world as absolute reality. Most of what they call real is actually fiction. What you think you see is only as real as your brain tells you it is.
Then, what am I supposed to believe in? What am I going to leave behind when I'm through?
We can tell other people about having faith. What we had faith in. What we found important enough to fight for. It's not whether you were right or wrong, but how much faith you were willing to have. That decides the future. The Patriots are a kind of ongoing fiction too, come to think of it. Listen, don't obsess over words so much. Find the meaning behind the words, then decide. You can find your own name. And your own future.
Decide for myself?
And whatever you choose will be you.
I don't know if I can.
I know you didn't have much in terms of choices this time. But everything you felt, thought about during this mission is yours. And what you decide to do with them is your choice.
You mean start over?
Yeah, a clean slate, a new name, new memories. Choose your own legacy. It's for you to decide. It's up to you. By the way, what is that?
Dog tags.
Lovely.
Anyone you know?
No, never heard the name before. I'll pick my own name, and my own life. I'll find something worth passing on. They taught me some good things, too.
I know. We've inherited freedom from all those who fought for it. We all have the freedom to spread the word, even me.
Snake, what about Olga's child?
Don't worry, I'll find him. Count on it. As long as you keep yourself alive, he's safe.
Do you know where Liquid went?
I put a transmitter on his ray.
Did he head for the Patriots?
Yeah, but I have a feeling they gave Ocelot a bogus location to begin with.
The size of Arsenal gear, Jesus.
Cheer up, we have a better lead. This contains the list of all the Patriots.
But Ocelot took it.
The one we gave you wasn't the real thing.
What?
This virus is coded to destroy only a specific part of GW, namely the information about the Patriot's identity. Which means that there's a parameter coded in here that defines what that information is.
I get it. Analyze the code and you can probably find out where they operate. Count me in.
No, you have things to do first. And people you need to talk to.
Snake?
What's wrong?
Nothing. Can I ask you something? Who am I, really?
I wouldn't know. But we're going to find out together, aren't we?
Oh. Yeah.
See me for what I am, okay?
I know.
Do you remember this place?
Of course.
Has anyone ever told you
This is
you
where we
have
first
some
met.
issues?
I remember now.
Hmm?
Today is the day I met you.
You bastard!
That's it.
I think I found something to pass along to the future.
What?
He said all living things.
Everything in that
want their
turd's path
genes to
turned
live
into
on.
shit.
Are you talking about the baby?
Yeah. The genes aren't the only thing you pass on. There are too many things that aren't written into our
Bisexual.
DNA. It's up to us to teach that to our children.
What kind of things?
About the environment, our
You
ideas,
bastard!
our culture, poetry, compassion, sorrow, joy. We'll tell them everything together.
Is that a proposal?
This is for you and yours only.
Everything in that turd's path turned into shit.
Love how they're all walking up to imitate the statue at the end there.
At the stars and the sky up above.
There we go. Enjoy the credits.
Think, what am I made of? Am I full of sorrow? Am I hurt and pain? Or am I filled on the streets below and ask every child I know, do you think tomorrow will bring sun or rain? Which one of these will show? I can't say goodbye to yesterday, my friend. I keep holding on till the end. Out of the darkness, there is no other way than the light leading to yesterday. It's there that I'll find inner peace, not war, and dreams that I let slip away. I'll find the joyfulness I'm looking for way back in yesterday.
Juntaro Saito. I did get his name right when I was talking about him earlier. Nice. Narahiko Hibino on the sax. MGS3 up next, everyone. Stick around.
Why can't each of us in the world ever see the best things in life are free? Little sounds of laughter, a warm hug, a smile, a kiss from you to me. I fall to my knees, I cry and I cry. Love, do not pass me by. Happy ever after, please stay for a while. Make time refuse to fly. I can't say goodbye to yesterday, my friend, 'cause I know how good it has been. Facing forever, here I stand, come what may. Bring the old, bring the new, yesterday. It's there that I'll find inner peace, not war, and dreams that I let slip away. I'll find the joyfulness I'm looking for way back in yesterday.
Everybody say, Kojima is God! Kojima is God!
Life isn't just about passing on your genes. We can leave behind much more than just DNA. Through speech, music, literature, and movies, what we've seen, heard, felt, anger, joy, and sorrow. These are the things I will pass on. That's what I live for. We need to pass the torch and let our children read our messy and sad history by its light. We have all the magic of the digital age to do that with. The human race will probably come to an end sometime, and new species may rule over this planet. Earth may not be forever, but we still have the responsibility to leave what traces of life we can. Building the future and keeping the past alive are one and the same thing.
Snake, you there? It's me. I've finished going over that disk.
Did you find the Patriots list?
Of course. It contains the personal data of 12 people. There was a name on it. Snake, it was one of our biggest contributors.
What's going on around here?
I don't know.
Anyway, where are they?
Well, we were right about them being on Manhattan, but...
But what?
They're already dead. All 12 of them.
When did it happen?
Well, about 100 years ago.
What
Has anyone ever told you have some issues?
We did it! We did it! That was a long playthrough. 21 hours, almost 22 hours. It would have been over 22 hours if you're including the reloads and moving over to the NG Plus file for a bit on the tanker, if you were here at the start of the tanker. Yeah, that was a long playthrough. That was probably like 22 and a half or something. The grand scheme of things. 71 saves. That's a lot of saves. 56 continues. 49 alerts. 112 kills. 16 rations. Very messy, as always, with these big story runs. But yeah, there we go. Cool ending. Not sure about the whole thing with the aliens at the end, though. Not sure why they brought aliens into it. You know, when Snake is talking about new species that might rule over the planet, he's talking about aliens there, isn't he? I know they're showing a squirrel on the ground and stuff like that during that. I think he's talking about aliens. Hold on a second here. Someone said that in the chat once in a previous playthrough, and it's what I think of every time I see that now. I forget what he said, but he was like, what's the deal with the aliens at the end of MGS2? I mean, maybe there is loads of weird little UFO references and what have you. There is throughout the series. Yeah, I mean, I guess, Snake could be referring to anyone, anything. Just that we might be gone and something else will be here to take our place. But why male models? But yeah, there we go. There we go. Another big MGS2 playthrough in the bag. Yuma. Adorable. I don't think I usually get this one. Adorable. Skateboarding, I really should get Substance at least on an emulator set up here so I could maybe fuck around with skateboarding and stuff after this. I don't think I need to save this or anything. What's the explanation for all the people appearing and randomly walking around? It's just the mood of the scene. It's supposed to feel unreal and dreamy, It feels like it's supposed to follow a dream logic. It feels like the reality of the game has kind of broken down and you have, Snake speaking about the nature of reality and what's important for Raiden and the player to take away from the experience. It's Kojima is obviously speaking through Snake there. It all becomes very meta and self-aware, so I think it's tying into that, it's supposed to have this dreamlike mood to it. But yeah, the fact that they're all moving around in slow motion and all the main characters are walking normally, it's like they're in different, on different planes or something. Well, I think Raiden is supposed to be his own person as well. That's a big part of the ending, is that he's becoming his own person fully. That's what it means when he throws away the dog tags, he's throwing away the player's identity, player's control over him. And becomes his own person. The player wasn't a child soldier that grew up in Liberia. The player doesn't have a girlfriend named Rose. It's kind of like throughout the game, there's this conflict between the VR Raiden, and that's the part of Raiden that the player represents. I feel like, the gamer, the guy who's been trained in VR. Raiden believes that this is who he is. He's ignoring his real past, his history as a child soldier, his relationship with Solidus. All that stuff. And then in the final act of the game, he starts to face up to who he really is and confesses about his past. I feel like that's what Rose is kind of trying to get him to do throughout the game. She wants him to remember who he really is. She knows that he's hiding things about his past. They both are. They're both lying to each other. We watch some silly little scenes here. Let's mix it up.
Stupid machines!
Love the bag. Tom Olsen.
Damn the Patriots! You still have some use.
I've captured Snake.
Snake?
Bring him in.
Another thing that I think kind of contributes to the dreamlike feeling of the ending is that it takes place on the morning of the next day. It kind of mirrors the start of the plant. You know how the plant begins just before the sun is about to rise? And how that's supposed to parallel the full reveal of Raiden, how you don't see the sun rising until Raiden takes off the mask when he's riding up the elevator. But before that point, before he infiltrates the big shell, it's still very, very dark, and the sun hasn't risen yet. And even then, when you're up at on that first part of the big shell, it kind of has this foggy, dreamy feel to it, because it's still supposed to be like early morning. And yeah, I think the ending kind of has that feeling as well. You know, it's like after all of that madness and everything that you go through at the end with the Patriots AI and the Colonel's monologue, and it's kind of like, you know, this hazy feeling of waking up from a dream, or like you've just woken up on the next day. So I think that adds to the feeling as well. Of course, you have all the people walking around in slow motion and all this self-aware dialogue, but yeah, the early morning setting kind of adds to that too. This is a funny one as well here. Nice. Did I set this as the office worker male? I don't think I can. Damn. Damn, that'd be so good. Okay, Otacon is my favorite for this.
What the hell is that?
Come, put me out of my misery.
This is impossible. Nothing will hit her. Is she the one they call Fortune?
Oh my god, so many bags. It's carrying a lot of shit there.
Queen.
Don't let them take the president! Ready grenades! A dud!
Today is another bad day. Is there anyone here that can give me happiness?
Oh, damn. The smile.
I'm so sorry, my beauties. I'll see you again someday.
My balls.
So it is the Kasaka. Russian choppers.
Damn, in the heels. Nice work. Okay, one more.
But
here we go. Oh my god, that shot.
All Alpha, come in. What's going on? Alpha, respond.
Oh shit!
what are you?
Five today. Or rather, 6.
Watch out, Granny!
Get down!
Oh shit.
Where is he?
Strange smell. You smell like... Are you?
It has to be bisexual. Shoot him! What are you waiting for?
Vamp,
Yeah, Queen?
are you all done cleaning up?
Yes, but wait till I tell you what I found.
Something interesting?
I'll tell you in person.
In the central unit with the president.
These upskirts.
Be right there.
Oh, terrifying. That's some scary stuff. Okay, I lied. We're gonna do one more. This one's short, though. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh, I didn't even notice the wink. I wasn't paying attention to the wink. I guess it's because her animations are supposed to imitate Solidus, and Solidus only has one eye. Okay. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on.